Chapter 27. The meat in Yun Ruoyu's mouth had been roasted by Pei Zio. Yun Ruoyu didn't do it herself, but she was very picky with her words, and her undisguised disgust made Pei Zio feel very embarrassed. Pei Zio was holding the roasted meat that he'd just sliced from the hound's body. He'd been about to hand it to her, but his face had turned red, and he paused awkwardly. Yi Qianying took the roasted meat from him and took a bite before turning to Yun Ruoyu. "It's not as bad as you say. Sister Ruoyu, you're too picky. If you like it, you can eat it all. It's burnt on the outside and raw on the inside, and I can't eat a single bite." Yun Ruoyu's face was still full of displeasure. "Brother Zio, it's already not easy for you to do this for the first time." Yi Qianying looked at Pei Zio with a reverent expression. "Qianying." Pei Zio called out Yi Qianying's name softly, his heart about to melt at her smile. About half a year ago, Pei Yingxiong had a serious discussion with Pei Zio. The gist of the discussion was that he wanted Pei Zio to visit the Yun household more often and try to win the favor of Yun Ruoyan, the second daughter of the Yun family. The fact that Yun Ruoyan was an ugly wastrel was well known throughout the Li kingdom, but Pei Zio had no choice but to follow his father's instructions. Pei Yingxiong promised that once he married the ugly girl, she'd be nothing more than a decoration. Once the Pei family overtook the Yun family, he'd immediately divorce her and remarry. Pei Zio had spent quite a bit of effort on Yun Ruoyan before his reincarnation. Yun Ruoyan was timid and self-abased, and he had to speak to her softly to avoid scaring her. Yun Ruoyan was also very sensitive, and a single unkind glance from others would cause her to cry. When others saw the birthmark on Yun Ruoyan's face, they would look at her in disgust, but he could only force himself to ignore it and act as if it didn't matter to him. Gradually, he managed to gain Yun Ruoyan's favor. He'd known that Yun Ruoyao and Yi Qianying had plotted to push Yun Ruoyan into the frosty lake, and he'd wanted to win her heart in one fell swoop. He hadn't expected that he'd almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had managed to survive in the end. However, what he found strange was that Yun Ruoyan's attitude toward him had suddenly taken a 180-degree turn. Pei Zio hadn't been very interested in Yun Ruoyan in the first place, but Yun Ruoyan's sudden coldness only served to ignite his desire for victory. He didn't believe it. He was the only son of the elegant Pei family. Could it be that he couldn't even handle an ugly girl? He suppressed the good impression he had of Yi Qianying and turned his gaze elsewhere. On the other side, Zhuyi Feng was cutting the roasted fierce-maned hound into pieces. From time to time, oil would drip from the burnt meat on the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, which stimulated the secretion of everyone's saliva. The four girls couldn't help but stare at Zhuyi Feng's movements, and even Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but gulp. Zhuyi Feng sliced off a large piece of meat, but he didn't hand it to his sister. Instead, he passed it to Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take it. Instead of keeping it for herself, however, she gave it to Lin Qingxue. "Thank you, Sister Ruoyan." Lin Qingxue didn't stand on ceremony and took a big bite. "Wow, it's so delicious. It's even better than the chefs at the capital's first-rate inn." Lin Qingxue exclaimed exaggeratedly, causing Yun Ruoyu to roll her eyes. Just as Yun Ruoyan was about to stand up, another piece of meat was handed to her. She frowned slightly. "I like to do it myself." Then, she stood up, walked over to the roasted meat, and used her dagger to cut off two pieces of meat, one for Lin Qingqin and the other for herself. It's really delicious." Yun Ruoyan took a bite and praised sincerely. "I didn't expect you to be so good at cooking." "Brother Zhua, you're amazing," Lin Qingxue muttered as she ate, while Lin Qingqin ate with relish. Zhuyi Feng's cold, expressionless face revealed a rare smile. "We beastkin often hunt in the mountains, so we've accumulated some secret techniques for roasting meat. As he spoke, he cut the meat into small cubes and placed them on a large green leaf before handing them to Zhuolin. Zhuolin took the cubes and ate them slowly. Only then did Zhuorifeng take a few bites himself. Apart from you and your sister, who else is there in your clan? Yun Ruoyan asked casually, a piece of meat in her mouth. Zhuorifeng paused when he heard Yun Ruoyan's question. Yun Ruoyan thought that he wouldn't answer her question, but he replied calmly, my sister and I are the only ones left in my family. As for whether there are any other lost tribesmen, I don't know. The Beastkin were a unique existence on the Qinyuan continent. Legend had it that Beastkin were the offspring of humans and magical beasts. In the past, they had always been slaves of human nobles, taming and hunting beasts for the humans. 100 years ago, a warrior emerged from the Beastkin race and led his tribesmen to defeat the humans, ending their 1,000-year slavery. This warrior took with him a large amount of wealth that he had plundered from the humans and moved to the back of the Ule Mountains, where he founded the Beastkin Kingdom. In a short period of time, the Beastkin Kingdom, the Li Kingdom, the Yu Kingdom, the Mo Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom became known as the 5 kingdoms of the Qinyuan continent. The warrior who founded the Beastkin Kingdom was known as the Beast King. But 18 years ago, the Beast King, in the prime of his life, suddenly died mysteriously, and the kingdom fell apart. The Beastkin were once again scattered across the 4 kingdoms, living a nomadic life. Many humans coveted the treasures that the Beast King had plundered from the humans, and they captured Beastkin to force them to reveal their whereabouts. Under such persecution, the Beastkin population dwindled. What Yun Ruoyan found strange was how Zhuorifeng and his sister, Beastkin, had managed to gain access to the imperial territory. Zhuorifeng seemed to notice Yun Ruoyan's confusion, and he answered her question without waiting for her to ask. One time, I went hunting in the mountains and accidentally saved a noble lord. That lord granted me a wish, which is why I'm here with my sister now. Zhuorifeng's honesty made Yun Ruoyan feel a little uncomfortable, as if she were jealous of a noble lord. You don't have to tell me all this, Yun Ruoyan replied. Aren't Beastkin supposed to be wary of humans? This Zhuorifeng was truly an exception. If Yun Ruoyan remembered correctly, during their first face-to-face conversation, Zhuorifeng had revealed his true identity as a Beastkin. I believe you. Zhuorifeng looked at Yun Ruoyan with bright eyes. You believe me? Yun Ruoyan looked back at him, her gaze uncertain. Why? This is the first time we've met. Because there's a familiar smell on you. What smell? I'm not sure, but it's a very familiar and intimate smell. Zhuorifeng looked at Yun Ruoyan, his eyes glowing like those of a magical beast. Don't tell me this guy smelled my scent. Qiu Qiu's voice rang out. Yun Ruoyan's heart trembled. Could this fellow's sense of smell extend into the pocket dimension of her bracelet? Yun Ruoyan's attitude turned cold once more. You look like an honest man, but I didn't expect you to use such a method to strike up a conversation. No, I'm not. Zhuorifeng hurriedly waved his hands. All right, I'm tired, so I'm going to rest. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to hear his explanation. She stood up, walked to the other side, and lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, Yun Ruoyan was shaken awake by someone. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Qingxue looking at her with a pained expression. What's the matter? She asked. I ate too much meat and drank some cold water, so my stomach hurts. Sister Ruoyan, can you accompany me to relieve myself? Lin Qingxue pleaded. The two of them found a secluded spot, and Yun Ruoyan stood guard while Lin Qingxue went to relieve herself. Yun Ruoyan looked around in boredom. Suddenly, she saw a patch of grass glowing faintly. She walked over, and using the moonlight that shone through the gaps in the trees, she found a pile of animal innards in the grass. Zhuifeng must have tossed them there when he was dealing with the hound. Strangely, there was something in the innards that was glowing faintly green. Yun Ruoyan pulled out her sword and pried open the innards, revealing the glowing object within. To her surprise, she found that it was a beast core. Yun Ruoyan wiped the core clean and held it in her hands. She could still smell a faint medicinal aroma. It was a demon rabbit's core. It must have been the maned hound that ate the demon rabbit. Before it could digest the demon rabbit's inner core, it was slaughtered and eaten by them. Demon rabbits were magical beasts that had grown up eating all sorts of herbs, and their cores had the effect of replenishing energy and detoxifying poison. In fact, this one was even more valuable than 100 hounds' cores. Sister Ruoyan, what are you doing over there? Lin Qingshue's voice came from behind her. With a flip of her hand, Yun Ruoyan stored the beast core in her pocket dimension and turned around without a word. I saw a firefly just now, and I wanted to catch it to play with, but I scared it away, haha. Lin Qingshue's face darkened. Since when had Ruoyan become so mischievous? The two sisters returned to their rooms to rest, and they slept all the way until dawn. The next morning, the group prepared to set off in search of the exit. Naturally, Yun Ruoyan suggested that they split up. Neither Yun Ruoyao nor Yun Ruoyu objected, but Pei Xiao suggested that he stay with Yun Ruoyan. His reason was that he wanted to protect Yun Ruoyan in order to thank her for saving his life with the core foundation pill. I think it's best if we don't split up, Yi Qianying suggested. We don't know much about the territory, and if we encounter another beast horde, it'll be safer if we have more people. Yun Ruoyao listened to Yi Qianying's words, and given that her group was indeed too weak, she ignored Lin Qingshue's mockery and Yun Ruoyan's cold rejection and shamelessly followed behind Yun Ruoyan's group. I saw it first. Yun Ruoyu and Lin Qingshue glared at each other, neither of them willing to give in. In their hands, they were each holding the head and root of a purplish-red herb. This was already the third time this morning that the two girls were fighting over it. Perhaps it was fate that brought Yun Ruoyu and Lin Qingshue together, but they always found treasures at the same time and grabbed them at the same time. Chapter 28. I was the one who discovered it first. How can you be so shameless? Yun Ruoyu shouted at Lin Qingshue, her spittle splattering all over her face. Lin Qingshue turned her head away in disgust, but her face was still smiling. But I'm fast. Look, I'm holding the head of this purple primrose in my hand. You. Yun Ruoyu's eyes were about to spit fire, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Qingshue. Suddenly, a white light flashed by, slicing the purple primrose in two, and both Lin Qingshue and Yun Ruoyu staggered back a couple of steps. If you keep dawdling like this, how long will it take for us to find the exit? Yun Ruoyu lectured the two of them. But, it was clearly me, purple primrose isn't anything special. Do you think the Yuns lack it? Yun Ruoyu still wanted to argue, but Yun Ruoyu interrupted her. Finding the exit is the most important thing. After saying that, Yun Ruoyu took the lead and continued walking forward. The group walked for half a day before returning to the spot where they had rested the night before. After a few twists and turns, they finally exited the maze by nightfall. Are we out of the maze? Yun Ruoyan asked Pei Xiao, who had been by her side the entire time. Based on her previous life's experience, she knew that Pei Xiao was quite familiar with the environment of the maze. No, but there's hope. Pei Xiao handed her a flask of water. Sister Ruoyan, have some water. Yun Ruoyan was naturally disgusted by his hypocrisy. Ignoring him, she quickened her pace and left him behind. Just as he was about to catch up, Yi Qianying's pitiful voice came from behind. Brother Xiao, can I have a sip of your water? He stopped in his tracks and handed over the kettle. Night quickly fell, and the group, who had been running all day, stopped to rest for the night. Zhui Feng started a fire, and as soon as the charcoal came out, he put out the fire. He took out the leftover roasted meat from the night before, cut it into several large pieces, wrapped them tightly in green leaves, and buried them in the charcoal to steam. Not long after, a rich, meaty aroma wafted out of the charcoal. Wow, it smells so good. Lin Qingxue picked up the green leaf Zhui Feng had passed to her and opened it. She saw that the small pieces of meat that had been roasted last night had been thoroughly steamed, with gravy seeping out of them. Lin Qingxue ate a piece and closed her eyes in bliss. Intoxicated, she said, "Even though I ate too much last night, I still have an appetite." Yun Ruoyu could only gnaw on the wild fruits she had found in the forest as she glared at Lin Qingxue. Because everyone was in a hurry, no one mentioned hunting for food that day. When it was finally time to rest at night, he was so hungry that he felt weak all over, but he didn't have the energy to go hunting. At this moment, even the usually arrogant Yun Ruoyao couldn't help but look at the other side and gulp. Lin Qingxue, Lin Qingchen, and Zhui Feng spread out according to Yun Ruoyan's instructions, surrounding the saber-toothed tiger. Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and forming a circle around the tiger. Yi Qianying followed behind Pei Xiao. Although she had also unsheathed her sword, her hand was trembling, and her face was as frightened as ever. The saber-toothed tiger looked around at the humans surrounding it. When its gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan, it suddenly sniffed. Then, for some reason, the tiger's eyes slowly turned red, and it stared intently at Yun Ruoyan. "Not good, it's targeting you." Qiu called out anxiously from within the pocket dimension. Once the saber-toothed tiger identifies a target, it'll definitely capture her. "Mistress, strike first." "Zhui Feng, cover me." Yun Ruoyan turned to Zhui Feng by her side. Without hesitation, she raised her sword and attacked the saber-toothed tiger's face. Zhui Feng knocked an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows flew past Yun Ruoya's body, heading straight for the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger hadn't expected the little human in front of it to not be scared out of its wits, but to actually attack it. Even more unexpected was that before the little human could reach it, a volley of arrows had already arrived in front of it. However, these were clearly child's play in front of it. It was a 7th-rank magical beast, and it could fight against 5th-rank human summoners. The humans in front of it were far weaker than it was. It swung its head, and its 2 huge tusks easily cut off the 5 arrows that were shot at it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Yun Ruoyan sprinted forward, another 3 arrows flew out. At the same time, Yun Ruoyan turned the bracelet on her wrist, and the bracelet's power quickly spread throughout her entire body. When the saber-toothed tiger once again swung its head to cut off the arrow, it heard a poochie sound and felt a sharp pain in its chest. When the saber-toothed tiger looked down, it saw that the little human had stabbed the entire sword into its own body. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out an angry roar. It shook its head, and its large tusks swung toward Yun Ruoyan. The saber-toothed tiger's tusks were flat, knife-shaped, and incomparably sharp. They could easily slice through a tree, much less a human body. "Sister Ruoyan, be careful." The Lin sisters cried out in fright. The Yun sisters also opened their eyes wide, and Yi Qianying hid behind Pei Xiao, sticking her head out, as if she wanted to look but didn't dare. In the face of danger, however, Yun Ruoyan calmed down. She decisively let go of the sword in her hand and leaped back, narrowly avoiding the saber-toothed tiger's attack. After being attacked, the saber-toothed tiger became agitated, and it began to chase after Yun Ruoyan with its fangs, treating everyone else as if they were air. "Sister Ruoyan, let's help you." Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen joined the fray, while Zhui Feng stood a little further away, constantly shooting arrows at the saber-toothed tiger. However, his arrows were too weak to deal much damage to the saber-toothed tiger. Unless Yun Ruoyan managed to hit its weak spot, it would be as easy as being bitten by an ant. "Sister Ruoyao, let's go." Yun Ruoyu looked toward Yun Ruoyao by her side, and Yun Ruoyao looked at Yun Ruoyan with a complicated expression. Yun Ruoyan's movements were fast and agile, and she was able to dodge the saber-toothed tiger's attacks every time. The sword in her hand was the same as their family's, and it wasn't a particularly powerful weapon, but she was able to pierce through the body of a powerful magical beast. This wasn't something a third-rank blade master could do. Why had her useless sister suddenly become so strong? "Brother Zio, do you think we'll be able to kill this beast if we attack together?" Yi Qianying asked. Pei Zio frowned. "It's just a 7th-rank magical beast, so how could we possibly kill it? Right now, they're only fighting it head-on, and they'll run out of stamina very soon." Pei Zio's analysis wasn't wrong at all. Without a weapon, Yun Ruoyan could only rely on her speed and her two sisters' cover to escape. On the other hand, the saber-toothed tiger only defended against Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue. Its reddish-brown eyes were fixated on Yun Ruoyan, and all of its attacks were aimed at her. If this continued, she would die without a doubt. As she ran, Yun Ruoyan glanced at Yun Ruoyao's group. Seeing that they were just there to watch the show, she felt a surge of anger. "Sure, you want to see how I die, right? Then don't blame me for dragging you down with me." Yun Ruoyan turned around and charged toward Yun Ruoyao's group. Chapter 29. Under the bright moonlight, Yun Ruoyan's red robes were particularly eye-catching. "Ah, she's coming in our direction." Yi Qianying was the first to cry out, panicked and at a loss. Yun Ruoyao and the others also turned pale with fright when they saw Yun Ruoyan rushing toward them. After all, Yun Ruoyan was now a live target for the saber-toothed tiger. She was clearly trying to drag them down with her. What a vicious woman. Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu cursed her in their hearts. Yun Ruoyan didn't care about their thoughts. She used a strange movement technique to quickly pass between Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu, hiding behind them. The saber-toothed tiger's two fangs arrived right after. Unable to dodge in time, the two girls could only raise their swords to block the attack. Yun Ruoyao felt as if the sword in her hand had struck an incomparably hard steel wall when it struck the saber-toothed tiger's fangs, and the impact numbed her hand. She was forced back a few steps by the force of the blow, and Yun Ruoyu was sent flying to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the difference between a 5th-rank and a 4th-rank blade master. Yun Ruoyao had been able to withstand a blow from the saber-toothed tiger, but Yun Ruoyu had suffered an internal injury. "Ah, Brother Zio, be careful!" Yi Qianying cried out. Seeing that Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu couldn't withstand a single blow, Yun Ruoyan had used a movement technique to hide behind Pei Zio. Although Pei Zio and Yun Ruoyao were both 5th-rank blade masters, Yun Ruoyao had only broken through to 5th rank less than half a year ago. If Yun Ruoyan remembered correctly, Pei Zio had been a 5th-rank blade master for almost 2 years. Based on her understanding of him, he should be able to withstand 3 blows from the saber-toothed tiger. Pei Zio was wielding a spear that could lengthen and shorten at will. After blocking 2 of the tiger's attacks, he found an opening and thrust his spear toward the tiger's eye. As he thrust, the spear instantly doubled in length, and it looked as if it was about to pierce into the tiger's eye. However, the saber-toothed tiger had become more cautious after having suffered at Yun Ruoyan's hands once. It tilted its head to the side and caught Pei Zio's spear between its fangs. Originally, the saber-toothed tiger wanted to break the spear, but it didn't expect the spear to be as tough as its fangs. Pei Zio was the only son of the Pei family. Ever since he had almost lost his life, Pei Xiong had placed his son's safety above all else. In order to ensure his son's safety in this trial, he had even passed on his own weapon, the cloud-smashing spear, to him. The saber-toothed tiger clamped down on the cloud-piercing spear, while Pei Zio held on tightly to the spear's shaft. The saber-toothed tiger shook its head violently, causing Pei Zio's feet to leave the ground. "Brother Zio, let go!" Yi Qianying shouted from afar. Pei Zio clenched his teeth tightly. This was his father's treasure, and it would be painful for him to let go of it. However, in a life-and-death situation, his life was more important. In the end, Pei Zio released his grip, and his body was flung through the air like a kite with a broken string. Coincidentally, he crashed into Yi Qianying. "Ah!" Yi Qianying let out a pained scream. Yun Ruoyan, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh. This shameless couple was truly fated. After shaking off Pei Zio, the saber-toothed tiger turned its head, its gaze still locked onto Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan felt strange. Why is it so fixated on me? Do I smell better than anyone else? Pfft. As soon as the saber-toothed tiger released Yun Ruoyan, the spear stuck straight into the ground. Then, it opened its jaws wide and lunged at Yun Ruoyan. At the start, the saber-toothed tiger had treated Yun Ruoyan like a cat playing with a mouse. But after this battle, its violent nature had been completely unleashed. Yun Ruoyan leaped high into the air, dodging the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Its massive fangs struck the ground where Yun Ruoyan had just been standing, creating a large crater. Yun Ruoyan rolled away, pulled out the spear from the ground, and mimicked Pei Zio's attack. "Sister Ruoyan, throw me the spear." Pei Zio yelled at Yun Ruoyan. The spear can only be wielded by a 5th-rank blade master or higher. You won't be able to use it. Pei Zio wanted to rush over, but Yi Qianying held on tightly to his arm. "Brother Zio, I'm scared." She had been struck by Pei Zio's attack. Given her cultivation, she shouldn't have been injured by a heavy object, but whether intentionally or not, she had spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Zio looked at Yi Qianying in his arms. Her pale face was full of panic, and blood was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. His heart was completely tied to her. Yun Ruoyan naturally ignored Pei Zio's words. Before the saber-toothed tiger could turn around, she thrust her spear forward. But because the spear was too heavy, she didn't have enough strength in the thrust. When it struck the saber-toothed tiger's thigh, it only penetrated a little. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger swung its massive tail at the spear, sending Yun Ruoyan flying far away. "You're courting death." Pei Zio cursed angrily. He'd clearly said that she wouldn't be able to use the spear, but she was still trying to show off. Seeing that it had finally taken down its target after so long, the saber-toothed tiger howled excitedly. Just as it was about to stab Yun Ruoyan to death with its fangs, a few arrows flew past its eyelids. The saber-toothed tiger looked in the direction of the arrows. Zhua Yifeng was hanging from a nearby tree, his bow drawn and aimed at the tiger. Taking advantage of the moment when the tiger's attention was diverted, Lin Qingchen and Lin Qingxue rushed over and stood in front of Yun Ruoyan. "Sister Ruoyan, are you all right?" The two of them turned back to look at Yun Ruoyan with concern. Yun Ruoyan tried to stand up, but her chest hurt. She could only use the spear to support her body and sit up. Just then, Yun Ruoyao helped the injured Yun Ruoyu to Pei Zio's side. "We don't have to die with them," Yun Ruoyu said, clutching her chest. Her heart had been injured by the tiger's strength, and although she'd taken a life quintessence pill and managed to control her injuries, she couldn't continue fighting. "The saber-toothed tiger only has its eyes on her, so we have to escape quickly. Otherwise, it won't let us go after them either," Yun Ruoyu continued. I didn't expect Ruoyan to use us as scapegoats either. Yun Ruoyao's tone was full of disappointment. To think that we treated her like a sister. How could she be so vicious? By now, the two of them had long forgotten how they'd mistreated Yun Ruoyan, and how they'd schemed to push her into the lake. All they knew was that Yun Ruoyan was the most vicious woman in the world. That's right, she was the one who was heartless first, so she can't blame us for being unjust. Yun Ruoyu continued. What if Uncle finds out that we abandoned Sister Ruoyan? Yi Qianying asked in a small voice. Dead men tell no tales. If we don't say anything, no one will. Yun Ruoyao's eyes flashed fiercely. Even if he finds out, Father won't say anything because we're trying to preserve the family's strength. Are you leaving or not? Yi Qianying looked pitifully at Pei Zio, and Pei Yingxiong's words flashed through Pei Zio's mind. I'd thought that daughter of the Yun family was a pushover, but I didn't expect her to be so hard to deal with. If we can't subdue her, we'll have to settle for the next best thing. Pei Zio looked at Yi Qianying in his arms. Their lives were more important, and he'd come back tomorrow to retrieve the spear. By that time, even their corpses would have been devoured by the saber-toothed tiger. All right, let's go. Pei Zio stood up, picked up Yi Qianying, and followed the Yun sisters into the forest. As they entered the forest, he subconsciously turned around and met Yun Ruoyan's mocking gaze. Startled, he turned back and quickened his steps. Seeing Yun Ruoyao, Pei Zio, and the others flee, Yun Ruoyan's heart relaxed. With them around, she didn't dare reveal too much of her strength, and she didn't even dare to use too much of the energy in her bracelet. Even so, they were still shocked. If they were to reveal all of their strength, it would surely cause unnecessary trouble. Sister Ruoyan, they're running away. How cowardly! Lin Qingxue was half kneeling by Yun Ruoyan's side, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her cultivation was similar to Yun Ruoyu's, and she had also been injured by the tiger's strength in the battle. I don't know what's wrong with the tiger, but it only attacked me. Yun Ruoyan panted. If you really can't beat it, don't worry about me and run. What are you saying, Sister Ruoyan? Lin Qingxue shouted angrily. We're sisters, and we're supposed to live and die together. We're not like the Yun sisters, running away on our own. Lin Qingxue spat on the ground twice, but her anger still wasn't appeased. Yun Ruoyan's heart warmed, and she grabbed Lin Qingxue's hand. I won't let anything happen to you. At the front, Lin Qingchen and Zhuo Yifeng were holding the tiger back, and it looked like they were about to lose. As Yun Ruoyan watched the battle unfold, she took out a life quintessence pill and popped it into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and a warm current flowed up her body, rapidly healing her wounds. This time, Yun Ruoyan no longer hid the spatial abilities of her bracelet. Instead, she focused all of her strength on her right hand, gripping the spear tightly as she stood up from the ground. Sister Ruoyan. Lin Qingchen stared at Yun Ruoyan in a daze. For some reason, this sister of hers seemed incredibly strong. It won't be so easy to take my life. Yun Ruoyan snorted coldly as she ran toward the tiger. Get out of the way. She called out to Lin Qingchen and Zhuo Yifeng as she ran. When the two of them turned around, they saw a figure running toward them, and they subconsciously retreated. When the tiger saw Yun Ruoyan running toward it, it let out a howl and charged forward. When the others saw that Yun Ruoyan was going to fight the tiger head-on, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Yun Ruoyan used a strange movement technique to dodge the tiger's attacks, then leapt high into the air the moment she landed. Holding the spear with both hands, she thrust it straight down toward the tiger's head. Poochie! The entire spear sank into the saber-toothed tiger's head. This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Yifeng, Lin Qingchen, Lin Qingxue, and even Zhuolin, who was hiding in a distant tree, stared in disbelief. The saber-toothed tiger opened its jaws wide, but it didn't howl. Instead, it stared at Yun Ruoyan, its eyes wide with disbelief. Yun Ruoyan looked into the tiger's eyes, a provocative smile on her face. She stepped on the saber-toothed tiger's head and slowly pulled out the cloud-piercing spear. With a flip, she landed on the ground. Then, the tiger's massive body collapsed at Yun Ruoyan's feet. Chapter 30. What in the world had just happened? Zhuo Yifeng, Lin Qingchen, and Lin Qingxue were all stunned. They had seen the saber-toothed tiger collapse at Yun Ruoyan's feet, unable to believe their eyes. Lin Qingchen was the closest to Yun Ruoyan, and she was the first to walk up to her and examine the saber-toothed tiger on the ground. The cloud-piercing spear had pierced right between the saber-toothed tiger's eyebrows, leaving behind a small but fatal wound. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes were lifeless, and it was clearly dead. Sister Ruoyan, you really killed the saber-toothed tiger. Lin Qingchen raised her head to look at Yun Ruoyan, as if she couldn't believe what she had just seen. Sister Ruoyan, you're amazing. Lin Qingxue also walked over slowly, her tone both shocked and delighted. How did you do it? Your cultivation was clearly the lowest among all of us. Zhuo Yifeng also walked up to the saber-toothed tiger, and after examining its wound, he asked curiously. For someone with the lowest cultivation to be able to kill a magical beast that none of them had been able to kill, how could they not be shocked and bewildered? If Yun Ruoyan had managed to stab the saber-toothed tiger's first strike, it might have been a fluke, but the killing blow had been a head-on collision. Yun Ruoyan was only a third-rank cultivator, which was the weakest of all cultivators. Her battle strength was the weakest, but how did she do it? This question lingered in the minds of all three of them. At the moment, Yun Ruoyan didn't have the energy to answer their questions. After stabbing the tiger with her spear, all her energy had begun to leave her body. She felt as if she were floating, as if her own weight had disappeared, and then her head began to spin. She looked at the three people who had spoken to her one after another, and they all appeared to be double figures in her eyes. There were clearly 3 of them, but in her eyes, there were 7, 8, and then 9 of them. Her vision darkened, and her steps became more and more unsteady. Just as she reached out a hand to the person closest to her, her body slumped to the ground. Zhuo Yifeng felt that something was wrong with Yun Ruoyan, and just as he was about to ask her what was wrong, Yun Ruoyan reached out a hand to him. Zhuo Yifeng stared blankly at Yun Ruoyan's outstretched hand. Before he could react, she had fallen to the side, and he hurriedly stepped forward to catch her. Chirp chirp, master. In her daze, she heard Yun Ruoyan's chirping. Mistress, wake up, mistress. Yun Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes, her voice filled with anxiety. Mistress, you're awake. You scared me to death. Qiuqiu circled around Yun Ruoyan. How did I end up in the bracelet's pocket dimension? Yun Ruoyan sat up and rubbed her forehead in confusion. Qiuqiu, master, you just fought the saber-toothed tiger and fainted from overexertion. Master, with your current level of cultivation, you can't use the bracelet's power too much. Once your profound qi is exhausted, you will be in danger unless you have the foundation pill. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I suddenly felt like I was going to die. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel scared after hearing Qiuqiu's words. For someone like her who had been reborn, there was nothing more important than her life. The bracelet itself has a limit on how much power it can use. Usually, it can only borrow twice as much power as the user's own cultivation, Qiuqiu continued. Mistress, you're only a third-rank blade master right now, and the bracelet's power is only equivalent to that of a peak 5th-rank blade master. But when you were fighting the saber-toothed tiger, you borrowed power equivalent to that of a 3rd-rank summoner, and that's far beyond what you can handle. Cho suddenly blamed itself. It's all my fault. I was afraid that mistress would be bullied, so I broke the restriction and almost killed you. You are not wrong. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly comforted her. If you hadn't removed the seal, we might all have died here. Cho, you did the right thing. But to prevent me from accidentally overexerting myself, you'd better reopen the restriction. If it weren't for the fact that her life was on the line, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't want to experience that sort of dizziness again. But when she thought of what Cho had said, that she could draw twice as much power from the bracelet as her own cultivation, Yun Ruoyan was overjoyed. This meant that the higher her cultivation, the more powerful her battle prowess would be. With this bracelet, wouldn't she have a barrier to protect herself? However, she was still poisoned, and her cultivation was limited to 3rd rank. Even with the bracelet's power, her battle prowess was only equivalent to that of a peak 5th rank blade master. If she gave it her all, she might be able to defeat Yun Ruoyao and Pei Xiao, but against Pei Xiong, she would have no choice but to run. Although the Feili blade was powerful, she knew that it couldn't be used so easily. On the Qinyuan continent, there were far too many vicious and greedy cultivators. Once the Feili blade was revealed, it would surely attract the attention of all parties. She was just an abandoned daughter of the Yun family, and no matter how many lives she had, she wouldn't be able to afford it. The bracelet's spatial ability was different. Even if she used it, no one would be able to detect it. After thinking this through, Yun Ruoyan calmed herself down and focused on recuperating as soon as possible. She sat cross-legged in the bracelet's pocket dimension, beginning to cultivate a foundational technique that allowed her to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Cho said that although it had many high-grade techniques, Yun Ruoyan's foundation was too weak to learn any of them. Currently, the foundational techniques were the most suitable for her. Only after cultivating in the bracelet's pocket dimension for an entire night did Yun Ruoyan feel a little less drained. By the time she opened her eyes, the sky was already bright. You're awake, Sister Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan first heard Lin Qingshue's voice, and then the other two quickly gathered around. What happened to me? Yun Ruoyan pretended not to know anything as she looked at the 3 of them in confusion. Sister Ruoyan, you killed the megalodon single-handedly last night, and then fainted. As Lin Qingchen spoke, she reached out and placed her hand on Yun Ruoyan's wrist. Although Lin Qingchen hadn't been discovered to have talent as a pill master, she had studied medicine with Lin Zainan for many years, and could be considered one of the most famous physicians in the Li Kingdom. Sister, you're recovering very quickly. Lin Qingchen let out a sigh of relief. Last night, when you suddenly fainted, I took your pulse and found that your pulse had stopped for a short period of time. That was a sign of extreme exhaustion, and both Qingxue and I were quite frightened. Lin Qingchen was a little wooden, and unlike Lin Qingxue, who loved to talk and laugh, she had always kept her emotions hidden. For her to appear so frightened, it was clear how bad her condition had been last night. Lin Qingxue, who usually chattered incessantly, was abnormally quiet at this moment, staring at Yun Ruoyan without blinking. What's the matter? My face is oozing pus again. Yun Ruoyan reached out to touch the birthmark on her face. No. Lin Qingxue hurriedly waved her hands, blinking her large eyes. Sister Ruoyan, can I ask you a question? Yun Ruoyan sighed inwardly. It was finally here, and she didn't know how much longer she'd have to explain her sudden increase in fighting ability. Before Yun Ruoyan could nod, Lin Qingxue impatiently asked, Sister Ruoyan, how did you suddenly become so frightening last night? It was as if you were possessed by the god of war. Even now, Lin Qingxue could still clearly remember how Yun Ruoyan, who had been lying next to her, had suddenly stood up, as if she had transformed into a completely different person. I won't let anything happen to you. At that moment, Yun Ruoyan's entire body exuded a terrifying strength. There's a secret cultivation technique on the Qinyuan continent that can raise one's cultivation in a short period of time, but it's extremely harmful to the body. Did you use it? Zhuo Yifeng suddenly asked. Yun Ruoyan hesitated for a moment before quickly denying it. Of course I didn't. That technique would harm both myself and others, and I'm only 13. How could I have cultivated it? There was a technique on the Qinyuan continent that forcibly absorbed another person's cultivation, but it was extremely easy to cause a backlash, and it was so cruel that it was classified as a forbidden technique. Zhuo Yifeng looked at Yun Ruoyan's childish face and also felt that it was impossible. Then how did you do it? He continued to ask. Yun Ruoyan knew that she wouldn't be able to escape this question today. Although she didn't want to lie, some secrets could only be buried in her heart. For example, the fact that she had been reborn, or that she possessed two treasures. Actually, I don't know either. Yun Ruoyan rubbed her forehead and covered her eyes with her hands, pretending to be distressed. In truth, she was afraid that her eyes would betray her. You don't know either, the three people around her asked at the same time. It's true. Yun Ruoyan suddenly thought of an excellent excuse. I can tell you a secret, one that only grandfather and I know. You must keep it a secret. What secret? The Lin sisters were even more confused. What kind of secret would be kept from even them? You all know that I've been a genius at cultivation since I was young, but as time passed, my talent became weaker and weaker. In the end, I became a cripple. The Lin sisters were naturally aware of this, but this was the first time Zhuo Yifeng had heard of it. He couldn't help but frown. Everyone thought that this was a natural trait, and even grandfather couldn't find the reason. But not long ago, the birthmark on my face was accidentally scratched, and I discovered that I'd been poisoned. Yun Ruoyan continued, grandfather said that I'd been poisoned by a slow-acting poison that would restrict my cultivation and ruin my appearance. He's currently refining an antidote for me, and after eating it a few times, I feel much better than before. Even my talent for cultivation is showing signs of returning. As a result, I think that my sudden increase in strength is the result of my cultivation, which has been suppressed for so many years. Yun Ruoyan paused for a moment, waiting for their reaction. Good preparation. Lin Qingshan continued, from a medical point of view, this is indeed a possibility. No wonder Sister Ruoyan's been getting stronger and stronger recently. So the poison in her body has been cured. Lin Qingxue was already convinced by Yun Ruoyan's words. Who poisoned Sister Ruoyan? How vicious! We must capture her and tear her to pieces. As Yun Ruoyan lamented that her two sisters were so gullible, Madame Anne's face surfaced in her mind. When she got out of the Imperial secret territory, it was time to settle this score. Chapter 31. Although Yun Ruoyan had woken up and had recovered more than half of her spiritual essence, her body was still a little weak, and her legs would turn to jelly after a few steps. After some discussion, they decided to rest for the day and continue on the second day. Not far away, the saber-toothed tiger's carcass lay quietly on the ground. After Yun Ruoyan had fainted last night, they had all been so worried that none of them had thought to deal with the tiger's treasures. With the help of the Lin sisters, Yun Ruoyan walked over to the tiger's carcass. After a night's time, the saber-toothed tiger's carcass was already a little stiff. Only its two long fangs reflected a cold light under the sun, showing its former glory. The saber-toothed tiger is a mid-rank magical beast, and its entire body is a treasure. Zhuo Yifeng carefully touched one of the fangs, his eyes shining. If I were to use its fangs as arrowheads, they would definitely be very hard and sharp. Brother, if you had a sharp enough arrow, the saber-toothed tiger from yesterday definitely wouldn't have been a match for you. Zhuo Lin, who had been tugging on Zhuo Yifeng's arm, looked up. If Yun Ruoyu's group had heard this, they would surely have laughed their heads off, but Yun Ruoyan had seen Zhuori Feng's archery. Yesterday, when dealing with the saber-toothed tiger, Zhuori Feng's arrows were both fast and accurate. Unfortunately, his arrows weren't sharp enough to pierce through the tiger's tough fur, and could only serve as a distraction. If he had a sharp enough arrow, even if he couldn't kill the tiger, he would at least be able to heavily injure it. "Brother Zhua, you're amazing!" Lin Qingchen exclaimed, but what she was implying was that not only was Zhuori Feng's archery amazing, but his cooking was also amazing. It's a pity that only a 5th-rank forge master or above can forge such good materials into a weapon, Zhuori Feng continued regretfully. There were a total of 4 cultivation professions on the Abyssal Continent: blade masters, forge masters, summoners, and pill masters. Blade masters didn't require any special talent, as long as they could practice a basic technique and absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into their own. Of the other 3 professions, forge masters were the most common, followed by summoners, and the rarest were pill masters. Once a descendant of the family was discovered to have talent in alchemy, he would immediately become the focus of the family's nurturing. Those with mediocre talent could only become blade masters, and it was very difficult for them to break through to 7th rank. Only after reaching 7th rank could one become a pill master, a forge master, or a summoner. Every cultivation profession was further divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were the basic levels, which were relatively easy to achieve. The higher levels, the more difficult it would be. Some summoners and apothecaries might never be able to reach level 4 in their entire lives. Forge masters, on the other hand, were easier to find, so blade masters and forge masters were the most common occupations on the Qinyuan continent. When it came to the refinement of weapons, the better the materials, the higher the cultivation of the refiner was needed. This was the same principle as alchemy, because both of them required fire. The higher the cultivation, the purer the spiritual fire that could be condensed would be, and the sharper and more spiritual energy would be produced. On the other hand, if the refiner's cultivation was not high enough, no matter how good the materials were, it would be a waste. If the weapon refiner's cultivation reached the legendary peak of level 9 and had a set of supreme-grade weapon refiner materials, the combination of the two was very likely to forge a god-grade weapon. For example, this was how Yun Ruoyan had obtained the Feilai blade. Although 5th-rank forge masters weren't all that impressive on the Abyssal Continent, to a beastkin brat like Zhuori Feng, who didn't even have a shred of status, he was undoubtedly someone important. As a result, he could only stare at the 2 fangs dejectedly, thinking that if he could bring one out of the imperial territory, he'd definitely be able to sell it for a good price. "I do know a forge master," Yun Ruoyan interrupted Zhuori Feng's train of thought. "He's already at the peak of level 5, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to refine these fangs into arrows. In any case, leave it to me." Yun Ruoyan hated owing others favors, and Zhuori Feng had helped them out twice. Naturally, she would remember this favor and find an opportunity to repay him. She just hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. "Really? That's great." Zhuori Feng didn't hesitate, his already bright eyes growing even brighter. "Sister, although you're the sole wife-born daughter of the Yun family, you haven't received much attention in recent years. How did you know a 5th-rank forge master?" Lin Qingchen asked. Yun Ruoyan smiled. "You've all met this forge master before. He's Pei Zio's father, Pei Yingxiong, the one who accompanied me to the Lins to ask for medicine." "Ah, the old man who was ridiculed by grandfather and even used a high-grade alchemy furnace to exchange for medicine," Lin Qingxue interrupted. "I don't think he's a magnanimous person. Will he help?" "If grandfather were to do it, it shouldn't be a problem," Lin Qingchen murmured. "But grandfather never asks for help." Lin Zainin and Pei Yingxiong were both 5th-rank cultivators, but even 100 Pei Yingxiangs wouldn't be a match for a single Lin Zainin. "Of course I don't need grandfather's permission," Yun Ruoyan smiled. Yun Ruoyan smiled. She turned her head to look at the spear stuck in the ground not far behind her. She said slowly, I just need to wait for him to come beg me again. In the afternoon, they worked together to extract the saber-toothed tiger's 2 fangs, as well as its most precious core. The tiger's core was golden, about the size of a baby's fist, and Lin Qingxue couldn't bear to let go of it. I thought the beast core of a hound was cute enough, but the saber-toothed tiger's is even cuter. Lin Qingchen took the core and handed it to Yun Ruoyan. Sister Ruoyan, you were the one who killed the saber-toothed tiger, so this core should be your spoils of war. No matter how close the 2 sisters were to Yun Ruoyan, they were still from different families, and most of the spoils of war would belong to their respective families. If Yun Ruoyan were to obtain this core for the Yun family, it would surely raise her status within the family. Lin Qingxue's carefree personality hadn't thought of this, but she immediately understood her sister's words. That's right, Sister Ruoyan, this should be yours. Yun Ruoyan, however, didn't take it. Instead, she pushed it away. If not for you guys protecting me yesterday, I'd probably have become food for the saber-toothed tiger, so this core belongs to everyone, including Zhuifeng. Yun Ruoyan glanced at Zhuifeng. Zhuifeng had already received Yun Ruoyan's promise to forge a weapon for him. Given that she was a 5th-rank forge master and had top-grade materials, the weapon she forged would at least be mid-grade. He was already quite satisfied with this, but he hadn't expected Yun Ruoyan to still want to share a portion of the beast core with him. I'll be fine with these 2 fangs, but I don't want the beast core, Zhuifeng replied. You clearly have a share, and I've already said that we sisters won't take advantage of you. Yun Ruoyan's attitude was very resolute. From the start, she hadn't intended to let Zhuifeng travel with them. First, she didn't know how strong he was, and second, he had a weak sister with him. She was afraid that he'd be a burden. Second, she didn't know him well, and she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to coordinate well in battle. But after 2 days of interaction, Yun Ruoyan had already accepted him as a member of her team. Since he was part of her team, she naturally couldn't be stingy. In her past life, it was precisely because she didn't know how to win the hearts of others that she'd ended up all alone, with no one to collect her corpse. Listen to me, it's settled. Yun Ruoyan took the beast core and stuffed it into Lin Qingchen's pouch. Lin Qingchen's pouch had its own secrets, and for convenience's sake, everyone agreed to leave all the treasures they'd obtained with her, and they'd split them evenly once they got out. Zhuifeng didn't refuse, and his face remained expressionless. However, his heart wasn't at peace. As a beastkin, this was the first time he'd been treated as an equal. The spiritual energy within the Huang family's territory was much denser than outside. After dealing with these matters, the group began to meditate and cultivate. As soon as Yun Ruoyan sat down, she sent her mental energy into the pocket dimension. The spiritual energy within the pocket dimension was much denser than in the territory itself. After a full day and 2 nights of rest, coupled with Lin Qingchen's decoction, Yun Ruoyan was more or less recovered by the next morning. This was the 3rd day since they'd entered the territory, and there were still 7 days left until the end of the trial. If they couldn't get out of the mystic realm by then, they'd have to wait 3 years to enter Kongming Academy. 3 years of waiting wasn't much to the Lin sisters, but Yun Ruoyan desperately wanted to leave the Yun family, and the only way she could do that was to enter Kongming Academy. Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a little anxious, but she didn't show it so as not to disturb the others. Brother Zhua, won't it be too tiring for you to carry Huya and Lin on your back? Do you want me to carry you for a while? Lin Qingxue's voice rang out eagerly. She'd been chattering away with Zhuifeng the entire morning. Even though Zhuifeng wouldn't necessarily respond to her 10 times, it didn't dampen her enthusiasm in the slightest. Lin Qingchen turned back to look at her sister, frowning slightly. Yun Ruoyan smiled and shook her head. In her previous life, she'd thought her sister to be simple-minded and silly. But now, she found Lin Qingqian's bright, innocent, and cute personality to be quite a rarity, and she quite liked it. "I don't want you to carry me, brother." Zhuo Lin didn't seem to appreciate Lin Qingqian's enthusiasm. "No need, I'm used to carrying you." Zhuo Yifeng also refused. On each of his shoulders hung a tusk half the height of a grown man, and on his back hung Zhuo Lin. Even as he walked, his face didn't flush, and he didn't even pant. Even Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but marvel at how terrifyingly strong beastkin bodies were. "Hey! Zhuo Lin, Lin Qingqian looked at Zhuo Lin, who'd turned her head to the side. "You're at least 10 years old, aren't you? Why do you need someone to carry you? What does it have to do with you that I want my brother to carry me?" Zhuo Lin shouted angrily. Usually, she didn't like to talk much, unless there was an emergency. But Lin Qingqian just had the ability to make her angry. "Lin, I'm telling you, even though we're girls, we can't rely on each other for everything, brother. There's a herd of beasts nearby," Zhuo Lin suddenly whispered into Zhuo Yifeng's ear. "Everyone, be careful. There's a herd of beasts nearby." Zhuo Yifeng immediately stopped and looked around cautiously. Chapter 32. At Zhuo Yifeng's warning, all of them held their breaths. Only then did they realize that their surroundings had become extremely quiet, as if even the incessant wind had disappeared. This was a clear sign that a powerful magical beast was about to appear. "Qiuqiu," Yun Ruoyan called out in her mind. "Can you sense what kind of beast horde it is?" "Based on the aura, it's not a particularly powerful creature, but there's a large number of them." It's... Qiuqiu couldn't immediately determine what kind of beast it was. "What a strong fishy smell. Snakes. Snakes." Zhuo Lin's voice trembled. Yun Ruoyan listened carefully. Indeed, there was a rustling sound coming from the west, the sound of the snakes slithering against something. "The snakes are coming from the west, and they're heading east. Let's retreat to the south," Yun Ruoyan commanded decisively. They followed her footsteps into the southern forest, but before they could take more than a few steps, they heard a female scream from behind them. That voice belonged to none other than Yi Qianying. Yun Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. They'd stopped at the spot where they had killed the saber-toothed tiger for a day and 2 nights. According to what Pei Zio had said, if they hadn't found the exit, they would have circled back to where they'd started, but they hadn't. Yun Ruoyan had always thought that they had found a way out of the territory, but she hadn't expected to run into them here. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road, and they just wouldn't go away. "Ah! So many snakes. Help!" Yi Qianying cried out in alarm. "There's someone in the south. Let's follow them." Yun Ruoyao called out to the group before following Yun Ruoyan's group into the southern forest. Her speed was so fast that it didn't take long for her to catch up to Yun Ruoyan's group. "Why are you all everywhere? You cowards!" Lin Qingxue turned around and cursed as she ran. Yun Ruoyu wanted to retort, but her face was pale, and it was clear that she'd suffered quite a fright. Behind them, a scene that would make one's hair stand on end was slowly unfolding. The green snakes, big and small, were densely packed as they spread towards them. It was simply impossible to estimate the number of snakes. The strange fishy smell in the air grew stronger and stronger. Pei Zio held his sword in one hand and Yi Qianying in the other, running at the back. "Ah!" Yi Qianying suddenly tripped, causing Pei Zio to stumble as well. With this, the two of them were instantly surrounded by the swarm of snakes. Pei Zio let go of Yi Qianying's hand and pulled out a dagger from his waist. He held his sword in his other hand and used both of his hands to protect himself from any danger. Countless small snakes were cut into two by his sword, and for a moment, a rain of snakes flew everywhere. Yi Qianying crouched behind him, her face alternating between green and white. The few people who were running in front were quickly caught up by the snakes. They had no choice but to stop and draw their weapons to kill the snakes. There's no way. Lin Qingshues. There, Lin Qingshuelin said. Ruoyan's Yun said, I, Yun, and Yifeng, the Lin, Yun, and ran. When Yun Ruoyan and Zhuo Yifeng arrived in front of the Lin sisters, they were surprised to find that wherever Zhuo Yifeng went, the snakes all retreated. As if they'd received some sort of order, or perhaps they'd met their natural predator, they all turned to surround someone else. Yun Ruoyan was puzzled. It's the fang of a saber-toothed tiger. Qiu reminded her in her mind. The saber-toothed tiger is a mid-rank magical beast, and this maze forest should be its territory. The snakes must have smelled the saber-toothed tiger's fang and treated Zhuo Yifeng as their lord, so they're afraid. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly called for everyone to get closer to Zhuo Yifeng. Indeed, the snakes surrounding them stopped a foot away from Zhuo Yifeng. Why aren't the snakes biting them, but us? Yun Ruoyu shouted as she killed the snakes. They must have some sort of treasure that can repel the snakes, Yi Qianying said, her voice trembling. Whatever the reason, let's learn from Sister Ruoyan, Yun Ruoyao said. The others immediately understood what she meant. Yesterday, when they'd faced the saber-toothed tiger, Yun Ruoyan had wanted to use them as scapegoats. Why not give them a taste of their own medicine today? They began to approach Yun Ruoyan's group in unison. Those shameless cowards. They're coming our way. What should we do? Lin Qingxue cursed. Yun Ruoyan hated every single one of them, but she remembered that Pei Zio was very familiar with the territory, and if they wanted to find the exit, they'd have to rely on him. Forget it, let's just save their lives. Yun Ruoyan said coolly. Although the Lin sisters also disliked them and felt that their escape yesterday was shameless, they couldn't just stand by and watch them die, so they didn't object. Pei Zio, Yun Ruoyao, and the others quickly retreated to within 10 feet of Zhuo Yifeng, and the snakes surrounded them in a 10-foot radius. Hey, we thought you'd left long ago, but we didn't expect to see you here. Lin Qingxue didn't miss the opportunity to taunt Yun Ruoyu. Yun Ruoyu gritted her teeth, still recovering from her fright. Sister Ruoyan, I'm so glad you're all right. The one who spoke was Yi Qianying. Her pretty face was a little pale from the shock, and her large eyes were glistening from her tears. Her affectionate greeting to Yun Ruoyan was truly bewitching. Thank you for your concern. Are you disappointed that we didn't die? Lin Qingchen immediately choked her back. Yi Qianying shut her mouth awkwardly. Sister Ruoyan, we left yesterday to preserve our family's strength. I hope you can understand, Yun Ruoyao said matter-of-factly, not the slightest bit guilty. When she had seen Yun Ruoyan and the others, she had been surprised that they were still alive. In fact, she had felt a little guilty. Even if Yunlan wouldn't blame them, it wouldn't be a good thing to abandon her sisters and flee. However, Yun Ruoyao's mental fortitude was still quite good. She quickly suppressed her guilt and made her high-sounding excuse sound even more convincing. Yun Ruoyan didn't want to pay attention to her, so she directly ignored her words. She frowned as she looked at the snakes surrounding them, neither attacking nor leaving. We can't just be surrounded like this. We have to think of a way to escape, she couldn't help but say. Pei Zio didn't seem to notice the disgust in the Lin sisters' eyes as he walked straight to Yun Ruoyan's side. Yi Qianying followed behind him like a shadow, and Yun Ruoyan felt her eyes hurt just looking at the two of them, so she turned her head to the side. We've actually found the exit to the mystic realm just now. Pei Zio's words attracted Yun Ruoyan's attention. What did you just say? You've already found the exit to the mystic realm. Sister Ruoyan, don't believe him. If they really found the exit, why aren't they leaving? Could it be that they're worried about us, and that's why they've come back? Lin Qingxue looked at Pei Zio disdainfully. Although he looked like a decent person, he was actually a coward who was afraid of death. Her family's core foundation pill had been wasted on him. Brother Zio isn't lying. We really did find the exit, Yi Qianying hurriedly explained. Yi Qianying hurriedly explained, we were just about to go out when we accidentally touched a restriction and angered the snake horde. That's why we were chased here. Really? Lin Qingxue's tone was still doubtful. You make it sound as if it's the truth. Forget it, there's nothing we can do even if they don't believe us. Yun Ruoyu had only just recovered from her injuries. Although she'd consumed a life quintessence pill, she still wasn't confident in her abilities. And you call us cowards. You don't even dare to believe the truth, so you don't seem to have much courage. There's no reason for us to lie to you. Everyone wants to leave this place as soon as possible, Yun Ruoyao explained. All right, lead the way, Yun Ruoyan said decisively. Yun Ruoyu and Yun Ruoyao glanced at each other before leading the way. Yun Ruoyan glanced at the Lin sisters and Zhui Feng, motioning for them to follow. As they moved, the snake horde followed, not falling behind in the slightest. Pei Zio walked behind Yun Ruoyan, glancing at her from time to time. From his observations of Yun Ruoyan over the past few days, he was surprised to find that she had changed. She had become smarter, more agile, and more decisive. These qualities deeply attracted him. His gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan's straight back. Her black hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, revealing her fair, slender neck. Her red robes accentuated her slender figure, accentuated by her slender figure. If one were to look at her from behind, they would think that she was a rare beauty. It was a pity that her face was ruined. Pei Zio sighed in his heart. Ouch! Yi Qianying tripped over something. Coincidentally, Pei Zio was distracted and didn't have time to catch her. She fell directly onto Yun Ruoyu, who was walking in front of her. You can't even walk properly, and yet you're here for the trial. Are you here to die? Yun Ruoyu shook her off in disgust. I'm sorry, Yi Qianying apologized profusely. Pei Zio frowned as well. He couldn't figure out why his father would recommend Yi Qianying. Shouldn't such a delicate girl be raised in the backyard? This sort of place was more suitable for a strong girl like Yun Ruoyan. He couldn't help but think of a way to marry these two girls, one to accompany him in his cultivation, and the other to be kept in the backyard. She would be able to comfort him when he was tired from his cultivation. As he thought of this, Pei Zio couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. We're here. This is the place. Yun Ruoyu and Yun Ruoyao stopped in front of a cave-like place. We'll be able to leave the mystic realm from here. Pei Zio walked to the entrance of the cave and pointed inside. By this time, the snake horde had retreated even further away, and countless pairs of green eyes were staring at them. You two go first, Yun Ruoyan said decisively, glancing at Pei Zio and Yun Ruoyao. Of course we'll go first. Yun Ruoyu walked into the cave. Yun Ruoyao, Yi Qianying, and Pei Zio followed closely behind. At the entrance, Pei Zio turned back to look at Yun Ruoyan, only to find her staring back at him coldly. Although she sensed that his gaze was a little strange, she didn't take it to heart. The cave was very deep, and after walking for about 15 minutes, they still hadn't seen the exit. Yun Ruoyan asked, and the answer she received was that they were almost there. Yun Ruoyao and the others' footsteps also became faster and faster. Yun Ruoyan began to feel that something was wrong. Just as she was considering whether or not to turn back, she suddenly realized that there was a fork in the road ahead, and Yun Ruoyao and the others had suddenly disappeared. Chapter 33. Damn it! Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but curse. The inside of the cave was winding, and the deeper one went, the darker it became. She had been very careful to follow Pei Zio, who was walking at the back. She didn't expect to see a fork after a turn. What was even more unexpected was that Pei Zio's figure had only left her line of sight for a short moment when he turned the corner. By the time she caught up with him, there was no one in front of the fork in the road. "Sister Ruoyan, why aren't you walking?" Lin Qingxue asked. Yun Ruoyan silently turned her body to the side, and Lin Qingxue stared at the two dark caves in front of her, dumbfounded. "Where are they? Which cave did they enter?" "I don't know. I got dumped." "What? Dumped?" Lin Qingxue cried out, "These people are too evil. We saved them, but they're biting the hand that feeds them. Don't let me see them again. Otherwise, I'll teach them a lesson." Because Yun Ruoyan was in a hurry to get out of the maze, she took a risk and chose to trust Yun Ruoyao and the others. Although she had been very careful along the way, she hadn't expected to fall into Yun Ruoyao's trap in the end. "I underestimated those people." Yun Ruoyan slowly clenched her fists. She had overestimated herself, thinking that even if the other party were to play any tricks, she would be able to neutralize them. Sure enough, it was impossible to guard against people who wanted to harm him. Lin Qingchen, who was walking in the middle, and Zhuo Feng, who was bringing up the rear, were also furious. "Based on how familiar those fellows are with this place, I can tell that they must have already explored this place thoroughly. What's their purpose in luring us here?" Lin Qingchen asked. "It can't be anything good." Lin Qingxue was very sure of her judgment. "Let's not go any further. Let's turn back now." "No." Zhuo Feng rejected Lin Qingxue's suggestion. "Lin said that there's a strong demonic snake aura behind us. Those snakes are still guarding the entrance of the cave. The saber-toothed tiger aura on my body can only confuse them for a moment. When they react, they will definitely attack us again. Not only that." Zhuo Lin whispered from Zhuo Feng's back, "I can feel their restlessness. They seem to have reacted." Zhuo Lin's words made everyone even more nervous. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Then we can only move forward now. There are two entrances here, and Yun Ruoyao must have entered one of them. In that case, we still have a 50% chance of escaping. But which one should we go to? Everyone's gaze landed on Yun Ruoyan once more. If there was only one path in front of him, he would have to brace himself and take it no matter how dangerous it was. However, this was a damn multiple-choice question. On one side was the exit, and on the other side was the unknown danger. How should he choose? Yun Ruoyan didn't know what to do. Chirp chirp. She asked Qiu for help in her mind. "Can you feel which of these two caves is the exit and which one is dangerous?" "I'm sorry, Master." Qiu's voice sounded rather awkward. "I can't tell either, but you have to make a decision quickly because those demonic snakes are already close." "The demonic snake's aura is approaching," Zhuo Lin warned. "Ruoyan, make your choice. We're all willing to follow you." Lin Qingchen's voice was calm. "If we choose the right path, of course we'll be able to get out." But if we choose the wrong path, we'll definitely be able to overcome the danger as long as we work together. That's right, Ruoyan. You were even able to defeat such a powerful saber-toothed tiger, so there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Yun Ruoyan turned back to look at her companions. 3 people, 3 pairs of bright eyes. No, 4 pairs. Zhuolin peeked out from Zhuorifeng's shoulder and looked at Yun Ruoyan quietly. Yun Ruoyan slowly relaxed her clenched fists, a smile on her face. In her past life, she had alienated the people who truly loved her and given her heart to a man who was worse than a beast. In the end, she had died alone, filled with hatred. In this life, when she faced danger once more, she had friends and family who trusted her. Yun Ruoyan's anxiety suddenly calmed down. She turned her head away and pointed at the cave on the left. We'll take this one. Yes, the people behind her replied in unison. I'll say it again. Yun Ruoyan turned back once more, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. I won't let anything happen to you. By this time, Yun Ruoyao, Yun Ruoyu, Yi Qianying, and Pei Xiao had already walked out of the cave. Look, there's someone over there. Yun Ruoya pointed at a small river not far away, where a few people were cooking over a fire. Night had fallen once more. It's Lu Sheng and Wang Kuang. Pei Xiao's expression brightened. I recognize them. They're scions from the Yu Kingdom, and half a month ago, they even asked my father to train their weapons. It looks like we've already walked out of the maze. Pei Xiao turned back to look at the cave behind him with a complicated expression. Before entering the territory, Pei Yingxiong had specifically told him how to find the exit, just in case. He hadn't said anything because he wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Yun Ruoyan. Unfortunately, that woman was far too ignorant. No matter how much he tried to lower himself, she would always ignore him. As a result, when they were surrounded by the saber-toothed tigers, he only hesitated for a moment before running away with Yun Ruoyao and the others, quickly finding the exit. But halfway through the cave, he suddenly realized that if Yun Ruoyan and the others were lucky enough not to die, they would definitely spread the news once they left the territory. Even if they weren't punished by their families, they would become a laughingstock among their peers, and they would probably never be able to raise their heads again. Coincidentally, Yun Ruoyao had also thought of this possibility. As a result, they decided to head back. It would be best if they were dead, but if not, they would devise a plan to get rid of them. There was a secret to the exit of the maze that most people didn't know about, so many people might not be able to leave even if they found the exit. As a result, he had come up with this plan to lure them into the trap. He had been a little hesitant at first, but when he tried to sound them out, he received unanimous approval. It looks like the heavens really don't want you around, Yun Ruoyan. If only you'd spoken a little more to me, I might have seen some hope, and you wouldn't have ended up like this. Pei Xiao sighed internally. Yi Qianying looked at his expression and thought that he was worried. Brother Xiao, don't worry. Yi Qianying tugged on Pei Xiao's hand. They won't have a chance to harm your reputation. Pei Xiao looked at Yi Qianying, who was as gentle as water in front of him. He grunted lightly, but his hand silently rested on her waist. But they still have a 50% chance of making it out alive, Yun Ruoyu protested. Yi Qianying smiled faintly, a cold glint in her eyes. Even if they chose the right path, the snakes hiding in the cave wouldn't let them go. This was because Yi Qianying had been tested as a summoner at a young age, and one of the reasons why the Yun family had always valued her so highly. However, she was slow and lazy when it came to cultivation. She had been a 4th-rank blade master for 2 whole years, so she hadn't been able to begin training as a summoner. However, with her talent and unique perception, she was able to concoct powders that could attract all sorts of magical beasts. At the time, the saber-toothed tiger had only attacked Yun Ruoyan because she had sprinkled this powder on Yun Ruoyan's body. And now, when she had pretended to fall, she had sprinkled the same powder on Lin Qingshue's body. The image of Lin Qingshue's disgusted expression flashed through Yi Qianying's mind, and she felt incredibly pleased. Don't blame me for being heartless. Who told you to be so ugly and try to steal Brother Zio from me? You have to die. By this time, Yun Ruoyan's group had already reached the depths of the cave. What they didn't know was that they were less than halfway to the exit of the maze realm. Originally, there was still some light in the cave, but as time passed, it grew darker and darker until it was pitch black. Lin Qingchen took out a beast core from her pouch and handed it to Yun Ruoyan. The golden-yellow saber-toothed tiger core gave off a faint white glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The others all held the beast cores of fiery-maned hounds in their hands. Compared to the saber-toothed tigers, the glow was slightly weaker, but it was still better than nothing. How much longer do we have to walk? Is this a bottomless pit? Lin Qingxue murmured, shivering involuntarily. Brother, an even quieter voice called out from Zhuo Feng's back. What's the matter, Lin Er? Lin Er. Zhuo Feng turned to look at his sister. Zhuo Lin Er shook her head, and Zhuo Feng turned back and continued walking, not paying much attention to her. Zhuo Lin Er frowned slightly. She could smell the faint odor of a demonic snake, but when she tried to identify it, the odor had disappeared. Her nose shouldn't be acting up, so what was going on? While Zhuo Lin Er was still puzzled, Lin Qingxue suddenly felt her feet slip. Ah! She let out a low cry. Did I step on something? Everyone stopped in their tracks. She held the saber-toothed tiger core in her hand and leaned over to take a look. Lying on the ground was a dark green snake only as thick as a finger, its head flattened by Lin Qingxue's stomp. Oh, it's just a little snake. That scared me. Lin Qingxue patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. This small interlude didn't attract the group's attention, and they continued walking forward. But after a few steps, Lin Qingxue screamed again. Ah! As she screamed, she flung an object at Yun Ruoyan, who was walking in front of her. Yun Ruoyan unsheathed her sword and sliced the snake in two. Why are these things always staring at me? Lin Qingxue was a little exasperated. Yun Ruoyan also found it a little strange. She held the beast core in her hand and shone it around her. Suddenly, she discovered that there were many strange stones embedded in the walls of the cave. She couldn't help but move her head closer to take a closer look. As she did, all the hair on her body stood on end. The densely packed round pebbles were clearly demon snake eggs. Oh no! Yun Ruoyan screamed. Just then, the entire cave began emitting a sound similar to that of an egg breaking. Crack, 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 crack. Incessant. What's wrong? What's going on? Everyone was confused by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 34. This is a nest of snakes. Zhuo Lin Er's voice trembled. Mistress, run. At the same time, Qiuqiu's voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Everyone, run. The walls are full of snake eggs, so be careful not to touch them. Yun Ruoyan shouted as she ran forward. But it was too late. Countless little snakes drilled their emerald green heads out of the eggs on the stone wall. Even above their heads, a rain of snakes began to fall. The small snakes, which had just hatched, were still covered in slime. As they fell, a putrid stench filled the entire cave. Yun Ruoyan and the others ran as fast as they could, but the small snakes seemed to be under someone's command. They slithered along the walls and stopped in front of them. In front of him, they were densely packed, forming a solid wall of snakes. Seeing that the path ahead was blocked by the wall of snakes, the group could only run backward. After much difficulty, they reached the fork in the road, but the path behind them was also blocked by snakes. Now, all that was left was the tunnel on the right. Without any hesitation, the group turned around and ran in. This tunnel didn't have any snake eggs, and it seemed to be much more spacious than the other one. However, the snakes behind them continued to chase after them like a flood. After running for some time, Yunruoyan felt as if her internal organs were aching from the intense running. After all, she had just battled the saber-toothed tiger 2 days ago, and her body hadn't fully recovered yet. Finally, a faint light appeared in front of them. "We're at the exit. We're finally at the exit." Lin Qingxue had long since run to the front of the group, and she was almost exhausted. Because of the powder that Yi Qianying had sprinkled on her to attract snakes, the snakes became even more frenzied. Sometimes, they would leap over the others and pounce on her. As a result, Lin Qingxue, who had been following Yunruoyan the entire time, ran to the front of the group. Lin Qingxue ran out of the tunnel in a huff and collapsed on the ground. Her entire body felt weak, and she kept muttering, "I can't run anymore, I can't run anymore. Even if I'm eaten by snakes, I won't run." Although she said this, when she felt something on her shoulder, she still bounced up and prepared to continue running. "Don't run, it's fine now." Yunruoyan's voice rang out from behind her. Only then did she dare to look back. The entrance of the cave that they had just escaped from was densely packed with green demonic snakes. Under the moonlight, they intertwined with each other. Their tiny scales rubbed against each other and made a hair-raising sound. They kept sticking out their red tongues, which reminded people of some kind of disgusting bloodworms. But strangely enough, these terrifying demonic snakes that seemed capable of destroying everything stopped at the entrance of the cave. It was as if they were under some sort of restriction and didn't dare to take a single step out of the cave. "Why aren't the snakes chasing us anymore?" Lin Qingchen asked breathlessly as she sat on the ground. "Who cares? Anyway, I'm safe now. How are the two of you? Are you hurt?" Yunruoyan asked the two girls. Zhuo Yifeng had already put Zhuo Lin her down. He wasn't panting like the others, but he didn't look too good. "No." Zhuo Yifeng shook his head. "I just lost a tiger's fang." His usually expressionless face revealed a hint of pain. As he ran, he had to protect his sister. Although he felt the fang fall from his body, he didn't have the time to pick it up. That was a treasure from a mid-rank magical beast, and it could be used to forge at least 20 mid-rank arrowheads. How could he not be heartbroken? "Brother Zhuo, it's fine. Under those circumstances, your life was more important." Lin Qingxue comforted him. "Brother, we'll have more treasures in the future. Our lives are more important." Zhuo Lin glanced at Lin Qingxue. For once, the two of them, who had always been at odds with each other, agreed. "Are we out of the mystic realm?" Lin Qingchen asked as she surveyed her surroundings. They were in a place that resembled a valley. In the night, the chirping of insects and the gentle breeze gave them a sense of contentment. "Whether it's the mystic realm or the mystic realm, I want to have a good sleep first," Lin Qingxue cried out. Her words echoed everyone's thoughts. The group found a place, started a fire, and rested. It was the beginning of summer, and even the nights weren't cold. However, for safety's sake, they still started a fire. Zhuo Yifeng, who had the best physique among them, kept watch, and the others quickly fell asleep. The night passed peacefully, and the group felt as if the sun had risen as soon as they closed their eyes. Yunruoyan woke up to a strong aroma. When she opened her eyes, she saw Zhuo Yifeng busying himself in front of the fire. "Didn't you sleep all night?" Yun Ruoyan walked up to Zhuo Feng's side, a little embarrassed. Last night, they had agreed that Zhuo Feng would keep watch for the first half of the night, and she would keep watch for the second half. But she really was too tired. She hadn't slept so soundly in both her previous and current lives. Why didn't you wake me up? Zhuo Feng was busy turning the meat in his hands. Without turning his head, he replied, "Don't worry, I can go a few days without sleep." Looking at his serious profile, Yun Ruoyan found that not only were his eyes bright, but even his eyelashes were so long that they were slightly curled up, casting a line of shadows under the morning sun. It was quite a sight to behold. "All right." Zhuo Feng took the meat from the fire and turned around to meet Yun Ruoyan's large eyes. He couldn't help but freeze. Yun Ruoyan was looking at Zhuo Feng from the side, and this angle just happened to hide the birthmark on her right cheek, accentuating her snow-white skin with her red collar. In that instant, in Zhuo Feng's eyes, Yun Ruoyan seemed to have turned into a completely different person, a beautiful, pure, and untainted girl. Yun Ruoyan didn't think much of Zhuo Feng's dazed expression. She smiled faintly and took the meat from his hands. "What's this? Is it a chicken or a big bird?" she asked, a relaxed smile on her face. "It smells so good." Lin Qingshue's voice rang out from behind them. The two of them turned around to see that Lin Qingxue had appeared behind them at some point, and because they were so relaxed, they didn't even notice. "Sister Ruoyan, Brother Zhuo, good morning." Lin Qingxue greeted them with a bright smile. "Good morning, you're awake. Here." Yun Ruoyan handed the meat in her hands to Lin Qingxue, her face still smiling, but her heart skipped a beat. Why had her guard been so low lately? When she'd first been reborn, Yun Ruoyan had been like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. She didn't dare trust anyone, and she was constantly on guard. There was a period when she slept with one eye open and the other closed, and when she ate, she had to secretly test her food with a silver needle before she dared to eat. However, ever since he entered the Arcana realm, his vigilance had somehow dropped. "Here, there's more here." Zhuo Feng handed her yet another piece of meat. Yun Ruoyan took it and ate as she reflected on her actions. When she'd first been reborn, she'd been isolated and helpless. Now that she had friends she could trust, she'd unknowingly let down her guard. Wasn't this also a form of dependence? Once this habit of relaxation became a habit, what would she do when she found herself isolated and helpless again? "Sister Ruoyan, you've eaten 2 portions. Qingchen's going to starve." Lin Qingxue suddenly exclaimed. Only then did Yun Ruoyan snap out of her daze. She looked down at the roasted chicken in her hands, and all that was left was a skeleton. She'd eaten such a large roasted chicken all by herself. "I'm already full after eating half of it." "Sister Ruoyan, how can you eat so much when you're so skinny?" Lin Qingshue's slightly round face was full of surprise. "How do you maintain such a good figure?" "I burp." Yun Ruoyan opened her mouth and burped loudly. "Ha ha ha." Lin Qingxue laughed out loud. "Sister Ruoyan, you're too cute, ha ha ha, burp." As if responding to Lin Qingshue's mockery, Yun Ruoyan burped again. "Ha ha ha." Lin Qingxue couldn't even stand up straight from her laughter. Yun Ruoyan, on the other hand, kept burping, her face turning from white to red, then back to white again. Oh my God! Was the cold and aloof image she'd worked so hard to establish ever since her rebirth going to crumble just like that? No, she had to hold on. Burp. Zhuo Feng wasn't as expressionless as Lin Qingxue. His face was still as expressionless as ever, but his bee-skin's bright eyes were filled with mirth. For the rest of the day, Lin Qingshue's mouth didn't stop. First, when Lin Qingchen woke up, she imitated the scene vividly for her. Then, during mealtime, she repeated the scene in front of everyone. Even Zhuolin was amused by her. I thought I was the only glutton, but it turns out that Sister Ruoyan is even more gluttonous than I am. You've been burping all day. Burp. Lin Qingxue once again imitated her perfectly. In front of this naive sister, Yun Ruoyan couldn't lose her temper. All she could do was lower her head and pretend as if nothing had happened. It looked like she had to think of a way to win over this little sister of hers. Otherwise, as long as Lin Qingxue was around, her cold and aloof image would surely crumble from the imperial territory to the capital. Fortunately, her burping had gotten better by the evening, or even she herself wouldn't have been able to take it. In the morning, they had discovered a path in the valley, the only path. They had been walking along this path for an entire day, and although they hadn't encountered any powerful magical beasts, they did find quite a few precious herbs. For example, 100 herb heads and rings of sleep were mid-grade ingredients that could be used to make ointments for external injuries. Stargrass and mulch mushrooms were high-grade ingredients that could be used to make pills that could heal internal injuries. Other mid-grade and low-grade herbs could be found all over the place, as if they could see a small patch of herbs that would be worth hundreds of taels of gold in the capital every few steps. Yun Ruoyan had taken advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to her to store quite a few herbs in her pocket dimension. Sister Ruoyan. Lin Qingchen walked up to Yun Ruoyan's side and whispered, "Why are there so many spiritual herbs here? Did you sense something?" Yun Ruoyan went straight to the point. Usually, places where spiritual herbs grow are the center of a region's spiritual energy. Do you think we've already reached the center of the imperial territory? Lin Qingchen revealed her conjecture. She had been studying medicine by Lin Zainan's side for quite some time, and she was quite knowledgeable about the matter. Actually, this question had also surfaced in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Had they accidentally stumbled into the heart of the imperial territory? The imperial territory was a ring-shaped area, and the spiritual energy was the weakest on the periphery, as were the spiritual herbs and beasts. The deeper they went, the denser the spiritual energy became, and the more spiritual herbs and beasts there were, naturally, of higher quality. Based on the current situation, they had indeed entered the center of the territory. But why are there only spiritual herbs here, and no beasts? Lin Qingchen asked. Qiu, mistress. Brother. Qiu and Zhuolin cried out at the same time. There were beasts in front of them. Chapter 35. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen's guess was correct. Not only had they exited the mystic realm, but they had also stumbled into the heart of the imperial territory, the Thousand Herb Valley. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly led everyone back, hoping to avoid the magical beasts in front of them. However, before they could leave the valley, Zhuolin and Qiu began to sound the alarm again. There were also magical beasts behind. Can you tell what rank the beast is? Can we deal with it? Yun Ruoyan asked Qiu mentally. After a few battles with magical beasts, Yun Ruoyan was quite confident in her team's abilities. As long as it wasn't a beast as powerful as the saber-toothed tiger, they would still stand a chance. However, before Qiu could answer him, Zhuolin started crying in fear. Big brother, run. There are so many magical beasts. Is it a herd of beasts? Zhuoifeng turned to ask his sister. Zhuolin's face was pale as she nodded repeatedly. At this moment, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from both the front and the back. The sound of stampeding was getting louder and louder, accompanied by smoke and dust. One must know that in early summer, this valley was lush with plants, and the ground was not dry. If it wasn't for the huge commotion, there wouldn't have been any smoke rising. After escaping the pincer attack of the demon snakes, they encountered another pincer attack of the demon beasts in just 1.5 nights. It was impossible for them not to panic. Even Lin Qingchen, who was naturally calm and composed, was in a state of panic. The usually expressionless Shuai Feng's face once again showed signs of panic. As for Zhuo Lin and Lin Qingxue, there was no need to even mention them. What to do, what to do? Lin Qingxue had already unsheathed her sword. Her eyes flickered between the smoke in front of her and the movements behind her. Hurry up and think of something. I don't want to be bitten to death by a magical snake, and I don't want to be trampled to death by a herd of beasts. Compared to the others, Yun Ruoyan was much calmer. After all, she had been reborn and was much older than these youths. In addition, she had experienced pain, despair, and death, so her heart was tempered to become stronger. Yun Ruoyan might not have been aware of these qualities, but whenever she encountered an emergency, she would always be able to face it with a clear mind. Yun Ruoyan's pair of eyes scanned the surroundings spiritedly. The width of the path in this valley was about the same as the streets in the imperial city, and it could probably accommodate 2 carriages at the same time. From this, it could be inferred that smaller magical beasts could pass through 4 or 5 at the same time, while larger ones like the saber-toothed tiger could only pass through 2. In that case, it could be deduced that it was impossible for the magical beasts in front and behind them to pass by each other peacefully. Magical beasts were prideful animals. As the saying goes, when 2 people meet on a narrow path, they will clash behind closed doors. Yun Ruoyan's gaze landed on the cliffs on both sides of the path. The cliffs were quite steep, almost perpendicular to the ground. There were some jagged rocks on it, as well as some unknown wild plants. Climb up! Yun Ruoyan shouted, decisively climbing up the cliff. The sound of the stampede of beasts could already be heard by their ears, and the crowd couldn't help but follow Yun Ruoyan. Just as they climbed up more than 20 meters, their footsteps were as fast as lightning. Crackle! Bang, bang, bang! Dong dong dong! All sorts of sounds were accompanied by a cloud of dust, almost drowning Yun Ruoyan's group. Yun Ruoyan stepped on a protruding rock on the cliff, her hands clinging to a crooked tree as she twisted her upper body to look down. She could see thousands of magical beasts moving on their backs, each with a different kind of horn. Because there were so many of them, and because the path in the valley was so narrow, there were occasional stampedes, as well as the pained cries of beasts with broken horns. The group couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of them. They had grown up in the capital, and they had never seen so many magical beasts before. There weren't that many beasts outside the imperial territory, at least not within the borders of the Li Kingdom. Even the scions of the larger families who practiced fighting with magical beasts would do so in the training grounds of their family academies, where their instructors would release captured or injured magical beasts. And such opportunities weren't often available. After all, there weren't that many magical beasts, and capturing them was even more difficult. Cho-cho, cho-cho. Cho-cho chirped excitedly in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Mistress, these are all herbivorous magical beasts. If you encounter them when they're not running, as long as you don't agitate them, they won't be in any danger. Look, those are longhorned goats, and there's also a flaming horse. Following Cho-cho's instructions, Yun Ruoyan could see that among the beasts below were those with long horns that looked somewhat like goats, but much larger in size. These were the longhorned goats. The flaming horses were at the very front of the pack. They looked no different from regular horses, except that their manes were fiery red. When they gathered together, they looked like clusters of flames, which was why they were called flaming horses. There was a magical beast record of the 4 empires on the Qinyuan continent, which recorded tens of thousands of magical beasts, ranging from small ones like the medicinal rabbit to mythical beasts that Yun Ruoyan and the others had never seen before. However, this record had always been kept in Kongming Academy's Jade Palace, and most people had never had the chance to see it. There were only a few incomplete copies on the market. Bang, 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 bang. In front of them, there was a sudden deafening crash, as well as the roars and howls of countless magical beasts. The two groups of beasts had collided not far in front of them. Yunruoyan and the others couldn't see what was happening in front of them, but from the sounds and the dust that filled the air, they could tell how terrible the situation was. Oh my God! Lin Qingchen couldn't help but cry out as she looked at the beasts that were still running forward. If this continues, who knows how many beasts are going to die? We're going to be rich. Look! Lin Qingchen pointed at the dust in front of them. That dust is moving backward, toward us. Sure enough, the cloud of dust was slowly returning to where Yunruoyan and the others were. It looks like the two groups of beasts are clashing, and our side isn't a match for them. Let's hurry up and climb up. Yunruoyan began crawling up the cliff face on all fours. Oh my God, it's killing me. Lin Qingxue wailed as she looked at the precipitous cliff face above her. The Lins were different from the other families. Because of their small population, they didn't have a family academy, and Lin Zainan didn't hire a coach for them. Instead, he taught them personally. He was even stricter with Lin Qingchen, and he unconsciously relaxed around Lin Qingxue, who had a cheerful personality but was quite clever in cultivation. Thus, although the two sisters weren't bad at cultivation and fighting ability, they were a little lacking in terms of physical training. After hanging from the cliff for a short while, Lin Qingxue's arms were already sore, and her legs were trembling. The few of them climbed another dozen meters up the cliff face, and it was also during this time that the two groups of beasts had reached the foot of Yunruoyan and the others. The screams and cries were so loud that their eardrums were about to burst. Those magical beasts that were smaller in size were directly sent flying, their bodies spinning in mid-air before falling with a thud and disappearing without a trace. The scene of such a tragic collision was something that the few of them would probably never forget for the rest of their lives. Careful! Yunruoyan suddenly saw the body of a beast the size of a pig being sent flying straight at Zhuoyifeng. Although Zhuoyifeng's movements were nimble, and his stamina was the best of the group, it wasn't difficult for him to dodge the attack. The problem, however, was that Zhuolin, who was behind him, was already struggling to hang on to her brother's body. If Zhuoyifeng's movements were any bigger, she might very well be thrown off. Yunruoyan watched as the beast's body was about to hit the siblings, but it was too far away for her to do so. Just then, Zhuoyifeng moved. He turned around and shielded his sister between himself and the cliff face. Then, he grabbed a small tree branch on the cliff face with one hand and grabbed a dent in the cliff face with the other. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked the beast's head with incredible precision. Bang! The half-dead magical beast was struck in its vital spot and died before it could even land on the ground. At least it avoided the pain of being trampled on. Brother Zhuo, you're amazing. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. If not for the fact that she was holding onto the cliff face with both hands, she would have applauded loudly. But just as everyone was heaving a sigh of relief for Zhuoyifeng and his sister, the stone beneath Zhuoyifeng's feet began to fall off due to the force he had exerted. Ah! Following the exclamations of several people, one of Zhuoyifeng's legs was already suspended in the air. He hurriedly adjusted his position, trying to find a new foothold, but the stone beneath his other foot also fell off. For a moment, Zhuoyifeng's entire body was suspended in midair, his entire body weight resting on his two strong arms. Don't move. Wait for us to pull you up. Even someone as calm as Yunruoyan couldn't help but panic. Lin Qingxue was so frightened that she was on the verge of tears. If she fell, she would be trampled by the beast horde until not even a speck of her remains remained. Although the Lin sisters were relatively close to Zhuoyifeng, it was difficult enough for them to even look after themselves, let alone a large man like Zhuoyifeng. Only Yunruoyan could save them. Step by step, Yun Ruoyan began to crawl toward Zhuo Yifeng. Zhuo Yifeng knew that the safest course of action was to remain as still as possible and wait for Yun Ruoyan to save them. But behind him, Zhuo Lin couldn't hold on any longer. Zhuo Lin's slender arms and legs were in stark contrast to her brother's muscular body, and she could no longer bear her own weight. Her frail body slid down Zhuo Yifeng's back. "Brother." She looked at the beast horde below in despair, then turned back to Zhuo Yifeng. "Brother, I can't hold on any longer." Then, her entire body began to fall. "Lin, Zhuo Yifeng shouted. His left hand loosened, and he leaned to the side, grabbing onto Zhuo Lin. This time, all of his weight fell on the tree trunk that he was holding in his right hand, which wasn't considered thick and sturdy. The two siblings were like withered leaves that were about to fall in autumn, on the verge of collapse. Chapter 36. The two of them hung in midair, the tide of beasts less than 10 meters away from them. At any moment, beasts could charge at them, and at any moment, they could fall. "Brother, let go, or we'll all die." Zhuo Lin looked up at her brother. "No, I won't let anything happen to you." Zhuo Yifeng frowned, but a faint, stubborn smile hung on his lips. "Lin, don't be afraid. I promised Mother that I'd protect you for the rest of your life, and I'll do it." "Brother Zhuo." Lin Qingxue was already crying. "Don't move, don't move. I'm coming to save you." She tried to move to Zhuo Yifeng's side. But she was already out of energy, and this movement almost caused her to fall. "Qingxue, don't move. Take care of yourself first." Lin Qingchen called out anxiously. Although Lin Qingchen was also worried about the Zhuo siblings, she was more rational than Lin Qingxue. She knew that taking care of herself was the best way to help everyone. But brother Zhuo and the others. Lin Qingxue looked at her sister awkwardly, tears streaming down her face. "Don't move, I'll do it." Yun Ruoyan had already moved to the right of Zhuo Yifeng and reached out to Zhuo Lin. As long as Zhuo Lin was safe, Zhuo Yifeng would be able to save himself easily. But at this moment, an accident happened again. The small tree in Zhuo Yifeng's right hand couldn't bear the weight anymore. It was lifted off the ground, roots included, and completely detached from the crevice of the cliff. The small tree was Zhuo Yifeng's only support. As soon as it fell, Zhuo Yifeng let out a muffled grunt and pulled Zhuo Lin down. "Ah!" All of them screamed at the same time. Lin Qingxue was so frightened that she closed her eyes. In that instant, it was as if the entire world had stopped. It was only after a long while that she dared to open her eyes again, tears streaming down her cheeks like a flood. "Sister, brother Zhuo and the others." She looked at Lin Qingchen by her side, her lips pursed, and she was about to burst into tears. "Don't cry." Lin Qingchen looked at her and smiled. "Sister, why are you, look." Lin Qingchen gestured for her to look down. "Isn't your brother Zhuo fine and dandy?" Lin Qingxue hurriedly looked down, only to see that Yun Ruoyan was holding a sword in her left hand, the blade of which had been completely embedded into the cliff. In her right hand was an ink-black spear, and Zhuo Yifeng was hanging from the other end of the long spear handle. Zhuo Yifeng was already holding Zhuo Lin in his arms. What happened?" Lin Qingchen's expression stiffened from the overwhelming joy and shock. In the next instant, her tears turned to laughter. That's great. Brother Zhuo is fine now." As it turned out, the moment the sapling fell from Zhuo Yifeng's right hand, Yun Ruoyan had activated the bracelet's power, pulled out her sword, and stabbed it into the wall. At the same time, she summoned the cloud-piercing spear that she had stored in her pocket dimension. Chanting an incantation, the spear instantly doubled in length. She shouted, "Catch him!" Zhuo Yifeng reacted quickly. With one hand on Zhuo Lin's waist, he grabbed the other end of the spear. Of course, Yun Ruoyan wouldn't have been able to pull off such a series of actions under normal circumstances, but she had activated the bracelet's power, and it had happened in a moment of crisis. The bracelet's power flowed through Yun Ruoyan's body, then converged on her right arm. "I've got you. I'm going to pull you up," she called out to Zhuo Yifeng. Then, she exerted strength in her right arm and slowly pulled the Zhuo siblings up under the dumbfounded gazes of the others. Zhuo Yifeng was a teenager, and his body was quite strong. His own weight, combined with Zhuo Lin's, was undoubtedly a staggering weight. Yun Ruoyan, a seemingly frail 13-year-old girl, was actually able to lift such a heavy weight with just one hand. How could they not be shocked? Zhuo Yifeng's shock didn't need to be mentioned. The Lin sisters were no longer calm. "Sister Ruoyan, you're so strong. Come on, come on." Lin Qingxue cheered her on. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but mutter to herself, "How did Sister Ruoyan do it? Just like when we killed the saber-toothed tiger. Sister Ruoyan's talent has exploded once again." Although Lin Qingchen found it hard to believe, this was the only explanation that made sense. Moreover, she wasn't the type of person who would waste time on such trivial matters, so she tossed the question to the back of her mind. Yun Ruoyan pulled the Zhuo siblings up, only letting go after Zhuo Yifeng found a new place to stand. Both siblings smiled gratefully at Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan thought that she would have to find another excuse for her sudden burst of strength, but no one asked. She let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps this was the true trust between companions. Even if some things were difficult to explain, they would still choose to believe her. After the lies and persecution she'd experienced in her past life, she might never be able to trust others like this again, but she wouldn't let down anyone who was willing to trust her. "Thank you for saving us." Zhuo Yifeng looked at Yun Ruoyan, his expression suddenly serious. Yun Ruoyan smiled nonchalantly, then began to chant an incantation to shrink her spear to the size of a flute, and hung it by her waist. "We beastkin have a rule: if someone risks their life to save us in a crisis, then our lives are his," Zhuo Yifeng suddenly exclaimed. Yun Ruoyan's gaze finally landed on Zhuo Yifeng's face. Just as seriously, she replied, "It's not that serious. You've helped us before, so we're even. No, we swore an oath to the Beast King that we treat our saviors as if they were our own masters." Although Zhuo Yifeng said this, Yun Ruoyan didn't take it to heart. After all, who would willingly become someone else's servant? Even if the Beastkin race really did have such a rule, if she didn't want to, could he force himself on her? Seeing that Yun Ruoyan wasn't responding to him, Zhuo Yifeng didn't pursue the matter, but his brows furrowed stubbornly. The tide of beasts only began to subside in the evening. Looking down at the sparse horde of magical beasts and the corpses strewn all over the ground, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. It was finally over, and their hands and feet were almost no longer their own. When night fell, the tide of beasts finally ended. The group slowly climbed down the cliff, where the narrow path was littered with the corpses of magical beasts. "We're really going to be rich this time. With all these treasures, I'd be willing even if I couldn't enter Kongming Academy." Lin Qingxue couldn't stop smiling. Why didn't grandfather give us his larger spatial pouch? With so many magical beasts, just their cores alone wouldn't be able to hold them all. What a waste. Seeing so many treasures waiting for them, the group was incomparably happy, and they instantly felt that the scare they'd endured on the cliff had been worth it. Because they'd spent the entire afternoon climbing the cliff, they really didn't have the energy to deal with the corpses, so they returned to the spot where they'd rested the night before. The night passed peacefully, but Zhuo Yifeng still insisted on keeping watch by himself. Yun Ruoyan couldn't overcome his stubbornness, and using the bracelet's power again during the day was quite tiring for her. She didn't insist, and she closed her eyes and fell asleep. On the second day, when she woke up, she found Zhuo Feng leaning against a rock, asleep. Even if his body was made of iron, it couldn't withstand such torture. Besides, he still had to take care of Zhuolin and prepare food for everyone. Looking at his sleeping face, she suddenly felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have such a capable person by her side. However, her gaze landed on Zhuolin, who was lying on Zhuo Feng's lap, and she shook her head. It wasn't that she disliked Zhuolin, on the contrary, the sickly girl was quite sensible. It was just that she felt that the path she was about to embark on would be difficult, and she wasn't suited for Zhuolin. Wake up, everyone, wake up. Yun Ruoyan stood up and roused everyone. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day since they'd entered the imperial territory. There were still 5 days before they had to reach the entrance point. Their journey here hadn't been smooth, and the journey back probably wouldn't be smooth either, so it was best to make haste. Ah! Zhuo Feng sat up abruptly. How did I fall asleep? The few of them also came to their senses after hearing his cries. You haven't had a good night's sleep in days, so it's no surprise that you fell asleep. Yun Ruoyan smiled, not at all blaming him. Zhuo Feng was still embarrassed. I'll go prepare some food. He ran toward the small path, where there were many corpses of magical beasts, and he didn't have to spend much effort hunting. Although it was early summer, the imperial territory was rich in spiritual energy, and the magical beasts themselves possessed spiritual energy, so their corpses could often remain fresh for long periods of time. Not far from where Yun Ruoyan and the others were resting was a stream. The girls took advantage of Zhuo Feng's absence to wash up, but they heard Zhuo Feng's call. His voice was clearly anxious. What could have caused such a calm person to be so anxious? The girls were a little confused and worried. What's the matter? Yun Ruoyan was the first to walk up to Zhuo Feng. Come with me to the small path at the entrance of the valley. Zhuo Feng frowned. What's the matter? Lin Qingchen also walked over. Zhuo Feng's expression was not only anxious, but also more confused than Yun Ruoyan and the others. His straight, black brows were deeply furrowed. More than half of those magical beasts' corpses disappeared overnight. Chapter 37. More than half of them are gone. Zhuo Feng's description of the situation shocked the group. How is that possible? How could so many magical beasts suddenly disappear? Lin Qingxue stared at Zhuo Feng, her eyes wide. Come with me and you'll know. Zhuo Feng didn't explain further, because he didn't know how to explain it himself. The group arrived at the valley where the beast tide had taken place. Indeed, less than a third of the path that had been filled with the carcasses of the beasts was now empty. Everyone, look. Lin Qingchen walked up to one of the carcasses. There are bite marks here. Yun Ruoyan recognized the carcass as a longhorn goat. She had once seen it in a fragmented record of 10,000 beasts. It liked to eat all sorts of spiritual herbs, and was a mid-tier beast. Lin Qingchen pointed at a wound on her thigh and said, That's right. Look at these teeth marks. They weren't trampled, but bitten by a beast with sharp teeth. Zhuo Feng walked over to take a closer look. Because the beasts had all died from being trampled, the wounds on their bodies were so severe that no one had noticed. However, Lin Qingchen had always been careful, and she often bandaged the wounds of her patients, so she had noticed. The group looked at the other carcasses and found that there were quite a few bite marks. Were the corpses of these magical beasts eaten by other magical beasts? Qiuqiu, Yun Ruoyan called out to Qiuqiu in her mind. Qiuqiu, mistress, what's the matter? Qiuqiu yawned. Did you hear anything last night? Ah. Chio was a little embarrassed. I fell asleep last night, too. Although Chio was a mythical beast, it had been sealed for so long that it wasn't very powerful. It could only hide in the pocket dimension, and like humans, it needed adequate sleep. As a result, when Yunruoyan didn't call out to it, it was either cultivating or sleeping. Let's not worry about that for now, Yunruoyan decided. Yunruoyan decided not to dwell on these issues and focus on the main point. Let's hurry and get some beast cores and leave this place. The group nodded in agreement. After making some simple food to fill their stomachs, they began to collect beast cores. Most of the beasts weren't very high-ranked, but there were enough of them to keep them busy. While they were busy with their work, a voice suddenly came from the front. Damn it, someone actually arrived before us. That voice was very loud, and there was anger in it. It came from afar and echoed along the cliff path. They all stopped what they were doing and looked up. A group of figures appeared at the end of the path. Yunruoyan's brows slowly furrowed as she saw an old acquaintance. There were about a dozen people in that group, and they seemed to have the advantage of numbers. As soon as they saw Yunruoyan's group, they quickened their pace, giving off a menacing aura. Why is it them again? What a bunch of annoying ghosts that just won't go away. When Lin Qingxue saw the faces of the group, her expression and tone were filled with disgust. When Yunruoyao, Pei Xiao, and the others saw Yunruoyan and the others, they were equally shocked. Never in their wildest dreams would they have expected that Yunruoyan and the others would have escaped from the demonic snake's nest, and that they would have reached the heart of the imperial territory, the Thousand Beast Valley, before them. Yunruoyan's gaze swept past Yunruoyao, Pei Xiao, and the others, before landing on a youth dressed in a dark blue robe. He was the one who said, "Damn it, someone actually got here before us." This youth was as tall and burly as Zhuori Feng, and his rugged face carried a hint of viciousness. One look was enough to tell that he wasn't a kind-hearted person. From his loud shout, Yunruoyan could tell that this person was probably stronger than everyone else present. Without the bracelet's help, she naturally wouldn't be a match for him. "Brother Pei, didn't you say that you were the only one who knew where the Thousand Beast Valley was?" the youth asked as he walked toward Pei Xiao. "Brother Wang Kuang, I didn't lie to you. Indeed, I'm the only one who knows the way to this place, but that doesn't mean that someone else might have stumbled upon it by accident." Pei Xiao's gaze landed on Yunruoyan once more, and his frown deepened. Pei Xiao's father, Pei Yingxiong, was only a 5th-rank forge master, and his status in the Li Kingdom could only be considered above average. However, he had managed to obtain many useful secrets by forging weapons for the imperial family. Once, he had taken advantage of the opportunity to forge weapons for the head guard of the imperial territory and invited him to a drink. In doing so, he had managed to obtain an important secret regarding the territory. In the depths of the imperial territory, there was an unknown place known as the Thousand Herb Valley. The valley was rich in spiritual energy, and a large number of precious herbs grew there. These herbs attracted a large number of herbivorous beasts within the territory. Because of the large number of beasts, there would be a beast stampede every summer, resulting in the deaths of large numbers of beasts. This, in turn, attracted a large number of carnivorous beasts, which was why the Thousand Herb Valley was also known as the Thousand Beast Valley. However, this place was so well hidden that only those who didn't know the way would be able to enter it. As a result, outsiders were completely unaware of its existence. This secret was only known to the imperial family of the Li Kingdom, and every 3 years, they would send people to the Thousand Herb Valley to obtain the treasures they needed. This was also the most important reason why the imperial family of the Li Kingdom was stronger than the other 3 kingdoms. When Pei Yingxiong learned of this secret, he regretted that he hadn't known where the Thousand Herb Valley was when he had first entered the imperial territory. Otherwise, he would have risked his life to obtain some spiritual herbs and beast cores that might even help him break through. He had already been a 5th-rank forge master for 3 years. If he didn't break through soon, the Pei family's status in the imperial city would only continue to drop. Thus, when his son, Pei Zio, was about to enter the imperial territory, he told him this secret and repeatedly urged his son to obtain a high-grade beast core or medicinal herb to help him cultivate. Brother Wang Kuang. Pei Zio leaned in close to Wang Kuang and whispered, "You swore that I brought you here to obtain treasures, so when we get out, you're going to keep this secret to yourself." If the imperial family found out that he was the one who had leaked this secret, he would be doomed. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'll definitely keep this secret to myself." Wang Kuang patted his chest confidently. "Which family are you from? How did you get here?" A slender youth named Lu Xing pointed arrogantly at Yun Ruoyan's group. The remaining youths also looked at Yun Ruoyan's group arrogantly. At this time, Yun Ruoyao and her sisters were hiding at the back. On one hand, they felt somewhat guilty for failing to harm Yun Ruoyan, and on the other, they were happy to see the Yu Kingdom deal with Yun Ruoyan's group. "We're from the Yun and Lin families of the Li Kingdom." "Which kingdom are you from?" Naturally, Yun Ruoyan wasn't afraid of this group. Despite their apparent strength, Yun Ruoyan, who had lived 2 lives, was able to maintain her composure. Moreover, Yun Ruoyan knew that the truly frightening people were those with brains, such as Yi Qianying. These youths were clearly brainless. "You're from the Yun family." Lu Xing looked at Yun Ruoyan, then at Yun Ruoyao. "You're a family." "Yes, we're a family." Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyan walked out from the back and said to Lu Xing, "She's my sister, the second daughter of the Yun family." "Sister Ruoyan, it's great that you're still alive." Yi Qianying exclaimed happily, the expression on her pretty face as if she were on the verge of tears was real. "Oh, so she's that ugly girl from the Yun family." A girl in the crowd, similarly dressed in a red outfit, giggled. Over the past few days, they'd heard a little about Yun Ruoyao from the youths of the capital. Coupled with Yun Ruoyao's influence over the past 2 days, they didn't have a good impression of her. "Sister Fei, why's there blood on her birthmark? It's so disgusting." Another girl chimed in. The wound on her birthmark had been leaking pus and blood over the past 2 days, and she didn't have to worry about it in front of her own people. As a result, when she washed up in the morning, Yun Ruoyan had tied up her fringe, exposing her birthmark and scar. They say that an ugly face is evil inside, and that's not wrong at all. The red-dressed girl was called Jean Fei, and she wrinkled her nose in disgust. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Qingxue jumped up. Ever since she was a child, she had always admired her cousin, who was known as a cultivation genius. Even though her cousin had become a cripple and gradually drifted apart from them, that didn't change the impression she had of her cousin. Now, not only had her cousin gotten closer to them again, but she had also displayed exceptional intelligence and bravery. She had long since regarded her cousin as her idol. How could she tolerate someone insulting her sister, her idol, right in front of her? "Explain yourself, or I won't let you off today." Lin Qingxue held a pair of daggers in her hands, the edges still stained with the blood of the magical beasts. "And who do you think you are?" "I'm talking about Yun Ruoyan, what does it have to do with you?" Jean Fei, didn't back down. "Listen up." Lin Qingxue slung her daggers behind her back and gestured her name. "I'm Lin Qingxue, the second miss of the Lin family. Lin Zainan is my grandfather, and this is my sister, Lin Qingchen." Lin Qingchen nodded coolly, acknowledging her greeting. Lin Zainan's name resounded throughout the Qinyuan continent, and Fei had naturally heard of him as well. She couldn't help but sound a little more respectful. "Oh, Master Lin's granddaughter. That's me. Yun Ruoyan is my cousin, as well as Master Lin's granddaughter. What right do you have to insult her? I didn't say that. Jean Fei raised her hand and looked at her fingernails, her eyes drifting toward Yun Ruoyao and the others. It was her sister, Yun Ruoyao, who said that she didn't care about her own family's interests and instead helped outsiders. She even said that you'd lost your lives because you thought you were smart, but why aren't you dead yet? Lin Qingshua's temper flared up when she heard this. Not only had she schemed against them, but she was also trying to ruin their reputations. Yun Ruoyan was also so angry that she began to laugh. She looked toward Yun Ruoyao and asked, "Sister, who's the one who's trying to harm who? Have you lost your memory?" Yun Ruoyao pretended to be calm. "Sister, I don't want to argue with you. Since you're safe and sound, Father will make his decision once we get out of here." "Is that so?" Yun Ruoyan's eyes were mocking. From the moment she lost her talent for cultivation, no, perhaps even earlier than that, her father had made his decision for her. Oh my, this is good stuff. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Lu Xing suddenly called out from the side. Everyone's gaze was drawn to him. He was squatting in front of the corpse of a flaming steed, a fiery red beast core in his hand. He was grinning from ear to ear. The flaming steed was a mid-rank magical beast, and although its core wasn't as good as the saber-toothed tiger's, it was still worth quite a bit of money on the market. Wang Kuang quickly walked over and smacked Lu Xing on the head. "I told you not to move around. Why are you so annoying? Put it back. Without the beast core, the meat won't even taste good. How are you going to attract higher-ranked beasts?" "Aw. I forgot about it as soon as I saw the treasure." Lu Xing looked at Wang Kuang innocently, then painfully put the beast core back into the flaming steed's body. "Big brother is right. You can't catch the wolf without risking the child. But big brother, how did you know about this good place? Not only can you get so many beast cores for free, but you can also capture high-rank beasts." "Me?" Wang Kuang smiled as he glanced at Pei Zio, then smacked Lu Xing on the head again. "Why do you care how I know? Just do as I say." Then he turned to Yun Ruoyan. "You've already dug out the beast cores, but from now on, you're not allowed to dig them out again. You can leave now." Yun Ruoyan raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Leave? Why?" Chapter 38. Wang Kuang hadn't expected that the thin, ugly girl in front of him would speak in such a manner, and her tone even seemed a little provocative. "Oh." A sinister smile appeared on his face. "So you still want to stay? What right do you have?" He rubbed his chin with interest. "What right do I have?" Yun Ruoyan raised her head and puffed out her chest, not bothering to hide her frightening appearance. After all, she didn't rely on her looks, but on her strength. Because of this, Yun Ruoyan stretched out her right hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. "Ah." Wang Kuang looked at the clearly underdeveloped, skinny girl in front of him, clenching her small hand into a fist and saying, "Because of this." He was truly amused. Because of that. He pointed at Yun Ruoyan's small fist as he looked to his left and right. "Ha ha ha." Lu Xing clutched his stomach as he laughed. He stretched out his own fist and squeezed his voice. "Because of this. Using my little fist to punch your chest." Ha ha ha. Another burst of laughter followed. The others also began to laugh at Lu Xing's tone and actions, and Yun Ruoyao and the others also looked at him disdainfully. Only Pei Zio's expression was serious. He'd seen Yun Ruoyan's nimble movements before, and not to mention her cultivation level, just the strange footwork she'd displayed against the saber-toothed tiger had left a deep impression on him. And how had Yun Ruoyan and the others managed to escape from certain death twice? Was it purely luck? His gaze swept over the tiger's fang at Zhuo Feng's waist, and he had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Sister Ruoyan, you're only a third-rank blade master, and you can't even compare to me, so don't force yourself. Yi Qianying advised in an extremely sincere tone, take the beast core and leave quickly. You, shut up. Lin Qingshu had interrupted her. Yi Qianying, I think you're doing this on purpose. Although it was possible to determine the opponent's cultivation from the aura they exuded, they couldn't be sure. This was because some people with high cultivation could hide their cultivation in front of people who were weaker than them. As a result, even though Wang Kuang and the others were laughing at Yun Ruoyan, they still had some misgivings. This girl looked so weak, but her calm demeanor didn't match her cultivation at all. There were only two reasons for this to happen. First, the little girl was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. Secondly, this little girl was someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although it was rumored in the imperial city that the daughter of the Yun family was trash, perhaps she had some secret technique that could raise her cultivation, or perhaps it was all fake news. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm doing this out of kindness. I don't want you to suffer any losses, Yi Qianying said softly, feeling wronged. Ever since 3 years ago, when Sister Ruoyan's cultivation didn't improve, the family academy gave up on her. Don't force yourself, okay? Yun Ruoyan glanced at him coldly. Indeed, a dog that bites doesn't bark. While pretending to be a good person, he'd completely exposed her true colors. Under Yun Ruoyan's gaze, Yi Qianying couldn't help but hide behind Pei Zio. So the rumors were true. At first, Wang Kuang had been a little hesitant, but after Yi Qianying's words, he didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. It seemed that he really had met a young miss who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What's wrong? Yun Ruoyan looked at Wang Kuang with a faint smile. Are you afraid? I'm afraid. Wang Kuang felt that this was the funniest thing he'd ever heard in his life. Not only did this ugly girl not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but she was also a little foolish. I don't want to fight an idiot. You go. He motioned to Lu Xing by his side. All right. Lu Xing rubbed his fist and walked up, a smile on his face. I'm here to punch you in the chest with my little fists. Sister Ruoyan, I'll go. Lin Qingxue was about to step forward when Lin Qingchen grabbed her. From his aura, I can tell that he's a peak 4th-rank blade master. You're only an early 4th-rank blade master, so you're not his match. Let me, Zhuo Feng said. I only need a single punch to deal with a small fry like him. No. Yun Ruoyan's tone was light, but her meaning was clear. I'll do it. But Sister Ruoyan. Everyone objected at the same time. Don't you trust me? Yun Ruoyan's tone was still light, but she exuded an aura of confidence. Sister Ruoyan, of course we trust you. Lin Qingxue exclaimed. I trust you, too. Lin Qingchen nodded. Almost all of the dangers they'd encountered along the way had been resolved by Ruoyan, who seemed to be the weakest of them all. What reason did they have not to trust her? She was always able to make the impossible possible. A smile appeared on Yun Ruoyan's solemn face. She liked the feeling of being trusted. She took 2 steps forward and stood opposite Lu Xing. Please advise me. Zhuo Feng gently put Zhuo Lin down and walked to the side, near where the two were about to fight. As soon as Yun Ruoyan was in danger, he would rush forward without hesitation. All right. Although you're so ugly that I don't like it, I'll still guide you. Lu Xing smiled carelessly, his gaze impolite as he looked Yun Ruoyan up and down. I won't take advantage of you. To tell you the truth, I'm already a peak 4th rank blade master, so I'd advise you not to try anything funny. Shut up. Yun Ruoyan unsheathed the sword at her waist and charged at Lu Xing, her speed quite fast. In the blink of an eye, the tip of her sword was aimed at Lu Xing's head. Before Lu Xing could even draw his sword, Yun Ruoyan's sword had already arrived in front of him. "Aya!" He cried out in shock as he ducked and barely dodged the blade, but a tuft of hair on his head was cut off. "Watch my sword." Yun Ruoyan didn't give Lu Xing any time to breathe. Her footwork was strange, and her sword was like the wind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 consecutive strikes, each one fast and ruthless, forced Lu Xing into a sorry state. "Sister Ruoyan, you're amazing." Lin Qingxue yelled excitedly. "Sister Ruoyan, cut off his head, cut off his mouth, cut off his nose, Sister Ruoyao." Yun Ruoyu's face was pale as she glanced at Yun Ruoyao. How is Yun Ruoyan so strong? She's only using the most common swordplay of the Yun family, so how is she able to force Lu Xing to retreat? Yun Ruoyao shook her head slightly, but the shock in her heart was no less than Yun Ruoyu's. Both of them had lost to Yun Ruoyan before, and even their arrogant brother, Yun Moyuan, had suffered at Yun Ruoyan's hands. However, they'd always thought that they'd been careless, giving Yun Ruoyan an opportunity to take advantage of. But the battle before them was real. No, it's only because Lu Xing underestimated his opponent that Yun Ruoyan had the upper hand. Yun Ruoyao had finally found a reason for both her and Yun Ruoyu to relax a little. Look, her moves are powerful, but none of them are particularly powerful. If she were really that strong, the sword chi on her blade would have seriously injured Lu Xing. There's no way he'd be able to dodge. Yun Ruoyu let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Yun Ruoyao's analysis was spot on. The sword Yun Ruoyan used was the most common sword of the Yun family, and her swordplay was the most basic swordplay taught to her by the instructors. However, having lived 2 lives, she was far more experienced in combat, and her understanding of swordplay was naturally more thorough than that of others. As a result, against someone with a stronger cultivation like Lu Xing, as long as she had the upper hand and didn't give him any chance to use his spiritual energy, she could force him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. You shameless bastard." Lu Xing stumbled as he was chased. Every time he tried to pull out his sword, Yun Ruoyan's blade would accurately slice off his wrist. As a result, he didn't even have a chance to use his weapon, let alone his cultivation. "Humph." Yun Ruoyan sneered. "What's shameless? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. Only those who can afford to lose are shameless. If you have the guts, make me draw my sword. I can subdue you with a single strike." "Oh." Yun Ruoyan sneered again. "I won't give you that chance." As she spoke, she quickened her pace, and her swordplay became even more dazzling. Lu Xing's body and face were bleeding from the blade, especially his face, where Yun Ruoyan had given him a deep gash. How dare he call her ugly? Although she didn't care anymore, that didn't mean anyone could do that to her. "Ah! My face!" Lu Xing screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. Whoosh! Yun Ruoyan paused, and the tip of her sword pointed at the tip of Lu Xing's nose. "Do you admit defeat?" Her gaze was cold. "If you don't, I don't mind cutting off your nose and making you even more disgusting than me." I admit defeat." Lu Xing covered his bleeding face with one hand and raised the other high. Scram! Yun Ruoyan sheathed her sword. Lu Xing scrambled back to Wang Kuang's side. Useless. Jin Fei looked at Lu Xing in disgust. You can't even draw your sword. What have you been doing all this time? In the eyes of an ordinary person, Lu Sheng had lost very miserably. His opponent was able to force him to the point where he couldn't even fight back with just a sword technique. His so-called peak level 4 spirit force cultivation didn't even need to be used at all. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, looked aggrieved, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He just felt that he was clearly stronger than his opponent, but he had lost in such a baffling manner. If you're so good, you can do it yourself. He yelled at Jin Fei. Aya, that vicious girl. She's really ruthless. I'm really going to be disfigured this time. Blood continued to seep out of his face, and he couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. Who knew how many blood vessels Yun Ruoyan's sword had severed? Fine, I'll do it. Jin Fei said nonchalantly. She drew her sword from her waist and smiled at Lu Sheng. Wait for me to avenge you. Chapter 39. Jin Fei's cultivation was much higher than Lu Sheng's, and she was already at the peak of 4th rank, on the cusp of 5th rank. However, she still cautiously unsheathed her sword, so that Yun Ruoyan wouldn't be able to use the same trick again. Wang Kuang pulled Jin Fei back. From the way her sword blows, it's true that this girl's cultivation isn't high, and her swordsmanship isn't particularly impressive. However, her footwork and swordsmanship have almost reached the point of perfection. Wang Kuang's eyes lit up as he glanced at Lu Sheng, who was tending to his wound. Half his face was already covered in blood. Others might not have noticed, but he did. By the time Lu Sheng's wound healed, he would discover that the scars would form the word ugly that covered half his face. Even he couldn't use the sword to such an extent. That's why you have to avoid the important and focus on the trivial. Don't compete in sword techniques. You have to use spiritual energy to suppress her. Alright, Brother Wang, I understand. Jin Fei smiled at Wang Kuang, swaying her hips as she walked forward. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to take turns? Lin Qingxue wasn't willing to accept this. She already had the upper hand in terms of cultivation, and now she was being forced to take turns. Wasn't this bullying? Jin Fei smiled. You can send someone else, and it'll be a best of 3. Alright, I'll do it. The Lin sisters agreed simultaneously. Zhui Feng stood there like a pillar. He only had one goal, to rush out and protect Yun Ruoyan when the time came. No need. Yun Ruoyan's face was as calm as ever, but her body was burning with passion. She had felt this way ever since she had entered the imperial territory and killed her first canine. When she had killed that canine, she hadn't used the bracelet's power. Instead, she had relied entirely on her own reflexes and mastery of swordsmanship to cut open the canine's stomach with a single strike. This had greatly increased her confidence in her swordsmanship. Later, when she had killed the saber-toothed tiger, she had used the bracelet's power, and that sense of accomplishment had lessened. As a result, she needed to hone her skills through actual combat. I'll do it, she emphasized. Good, you've got guts. Jin Fei got into a stance. Chirp chirp, master, you can do it. Qiuqiu seemed to feel Yun Ruoyan's blood boiling, and she was very excited. However, she didn't forget to remind Yun Ruoyan, Mistress, if you can't win, use the bracelet's power immediately. I'm here. Yun Ruoyan called out to Jin Fei, and once again, she used her strange footwork to attack Jin Fei. Jin Fei, on the other hand, had already activated the spiritual energy in her body and infused it into her sword. She raised her arm and drew a circle in front of her, her spiritual energy forming a barrier in front of her. Jin Fei, didn't hide her pinnacle 4th level cultivation at all, and she used it so simply and brutally. Yun Ruoyan's sword stopped in front of her spiritual barrier, unable to advance any further. A low cultivation base is a low cultivation base. Jean Fei laughed mockingly as she brandished her sword. Your little tricks can only be used against idiots like Lu Xing. Jean Fei stepped forward, and a gust of spiritual energy wrapped around Yun Ruoyan's sword. With a clang, the sword in Yun Ruoyan's hand was broken into several pieces by Jean Fei's gust of wind. The Lin sisters let out a startled cry. After all, Yun Ruoyan was relying on her 3rd-rank cultivation to deal with an opponent much stronger than her, and their hearts had been in their throats the entire time. Jean Fei quickened her pace as she closed in on the weaponless Yun Ruoyan, as if she wanted to crush Yun Ruoyan just like her sword. However, Yun Ruoyan's footwork was slightly better than Jean Fei's, and she was still much faster than Jean Fei. Mistress, Qiu called out. At this rate, you'll expend more energy than your opponent. Let's use the bracelet's power now. With the bracelet's power, Yun Ruoyan's strength would be doubled, which was equivalent to a 6th-rank cultivator. Combined with the battle experience she had accumulated over 2 lifetimes, she was confident of victory even without a weapon. But if she did that, she wouldn't be able to achieve her goal of training. In this battle, I'll still have to rely on my own strength. Yun Ruoyan spoke to Qiu in her mind. She pretended to reach into her robes with her right hand, but in reality, she was summoning her spear from her pocket dimension. She began chanting, and when she took her hand out, a flute-like object appeared in her hand. In front of Jean Fei's eyes, the flute-like object instantly grew 10 times its original size, and a snow-white arrowhead pierced straight into the center of her spiritual energy shield. With a clang, Jean Fei's sword collided with the spear and was sent flying. The tip of the spear was pointed at the tip of Jean Fei's nose. All of this happened as fast as lightning. The spear was a high-grade spiritual weapon, and Yun Ruoyan could temporarily unleash the power of a 5th-rank blade master by injecting all of her 3rd-rank spiritual energy into it. Coupled with the sturdiness of the spear and the sharpness of its tip, Jean Fei was naturally no match for it. Wait! A loud roar suddenly exploded, followed by a clanged sound. Yun Ruoyan felt her hands go numb, and the spear almost slipped out of her hands. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. Jean Fei's hands were on the ground, her eyes wide open. The tip of the spear had been right at the tip of her nose. It had almost sliced off her nose. A high-grade spiritual weapon. Wang Kuang stood in front of Jean Fei, his tone somewhat shocked. You actually have a high-grade spiritual weapon? When a weapon reached a high-grade level, it could change its length and size according to an incantation, and it could greatly increase its attack power. It was a rare treasure. Even a large family wouldn't have more than 3 such weapons in their collection. It seems like the rumors weren't true. Wang Kuang stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing into slits. Your cultivation might not be high, but you're definitely not the cripple you're rumored to be. Your family hasn't given up on you, and they're even willing to pass on a high-grade spiritual weapon to you. Brother Wang Kuang, you've misunderstood. Pei Xiao took a few quick steps forward. This spear belongs to the Pei family. The moment Yun Ruoyan had taken out the spear, he had been both surprised and delighted. Delighted that he'd finally gotten his spear back. If he'd really lost it, he really wouldn't know how to explain himself. Surprised that Yun Ruoyan was able to wield the spear, even though the Pei family spear clearly required at least a 5th-rank blade master to wield its full power. But Yun Ruoyan's attack on Jean Fei had clearly been powerful. And how did Yun Ruoyan know the incantation to transform the spear? Was it something that had been passed down by word of mouth? Originally, Yun Ruoyan hadn't wanted to take out the spear. After all, she still needed it to force Pei Yingxiong to help her forge the tiger canine arrowheads. But she really wanted to fight head-on, and the satisfaction of such an intense battle was something she'd never experienced in her previous life. As a result, she didn't hesitate to take out the spear. "Sister Ruoyan, return my spear to me." Pei Zio stepped forward and extended his hand toward Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan looked at him, her eyes incomparably cold. Her lips slowly curled up in a cold smile. "Return it to you. What right do you have to give it back to me?" Yun Ruoyan couldn't help but think back to her past life. At that time, she had been so obedient to Pei Zio that as long as he extended his hand to her, she would give it to him without hesitation. But that Yun Ruoyan was completely dead. In this life, her eyes had been polished, and her heart no longer clouded by lard. Unless she was willing, no one would be able to ask for anything from her. Pei Zio was a little anxious. Because it's surnamed Pei, and because it's a treasure of the Pei family. Oh. Yun Ruoyao's smile widened. Then call out to it and see if it responds. You. Pei Zio was furious. Yun Ruoyan, I didn't expect you to be such an unreasonable woman. Ha ha. Yun Ruoyan laughed out loud. Reasonable. She'd been poisoned since she was young, and not only had her appearance been ruined, she'd also lost her talent for cultivation. Who could reason with her? For a man, she'd fallen out with her elders and sisters, but in the end, her family had been ruined by that man. Who could reason with her now? If the world was unreasonable, if your opponents were unreasonable, then you could only argue with them about intelligence, martial arts, and who was more ruthless. Yun Ruoyan held her spear with both hands, her hair tied up high. Her fiery red outfit accentuated her slender figure, making her look like a javelin. The red birthmark on her face, coupled with her cold smile, was a ghastly sight to behold. No one understood why the ugly woman in front of them suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something. At the same time, she seemed to be a little crazy, and at the same time, her body was also emitting a powerful aura. "Sister Ruoyan, what's the matter?" Lin Qingxue asked, a little worried. "Nothing, just that someone suddenly wants to reason with me." "I find it funny," Yun Ruoyan said, laughing. Pei Zio's face turned red from Yun Ruoyan's mocking laughter, and he couldn't restrain his anger. If not for Yi Qianing, who was by his side, holding him back, he would have rushed to Yun Ruoyan's side. "Sister Ruoyan, why don't you return the spear to Brother Zio? It's clearly not yours, and you don't have the right to possess it." "Even if I don't have the right, does someone who threw away his family's treasure in order to escape have the right to possess it?" Yun Ruoyan's words silenced both Yi Qianing and Pei Zio. "Sister Ruoyan, the Yuns and the Peis are on friendly terms right now. I'd advise you not to do anything that would ruin the relationship between the two families." Yun Ruoyan snorted, completely ignoring her words. She turned to Wang Quang and said coolly, "Rather than reason, you prefer martial arts, don't you?" Chapter 40. "Miss Yun, you're quite a straightforward person." Wang Quang squinted habitually and rubbed his chin. "I really underestimated you, Miss Yun. You've defeated my men again and again, and if I don't defeat you, we won't have the face to show our faces in the Li Kingdom anymore." "How shameless!" Lin Qingxue exclaimed. "You've already lost 2 out of 3, and you still want to fight. This concerns the honor of the Yu Kingdom, so we have no choice but to fight," Wang Quang continued. Wang Quang said, "You guys can also take turns fighting me. If you can defeat me, I won't fight Miss Yun anymore. But in my opinion, none of you 3 can last more than 3 moves from me. Don't bother." Yun Ruoyan raised a hand to stop the Lin sisters from speaking. I'll fight you instead. After 2 consecutive victories, although Yun Ruoyan was a little tired, she was still eager to fight. Straightforward. Wang Kuang raised his right hand. His lips opened and closed, and the dagger in his hand morphed into an ancient sword. The Wang family's superior-grade spiritual weapon, the spirit-severing sword. Wang Kuang held the sword horizontally in front of him. Miss Yun, please. All right. Yun Ruoyan's hands trembled as she thrust the spear toward Wang Kuang's head. Wang Kuang tilted his head and used the sword in his hand to block the spear's attack. The cloud-piercing spear collided with the edge of the treasured sword with a clang, and sparks splashed out. Yun Ruoyan felt her hand go numb, and she spun around to dissipate the force of the collision. This high-grade spiritual sword was indeed extraordinary, but it still seemed a little lacking compared to the Pei family spear. Yun Ruoyan hadn't used the bracelet's power in that attack. She had relied solely on her third-rank blade master's strength to take on Wang Kuang, who was much stronger than her, and she had almost lost. Wang Kuang looked at Yun Ruoyan's calm expression, and he was more and more surprised. He was already a 6th-rank blade master, and that was quite an impressive feat for his age. This level of cultivation was considered very outstanding for his age. At the very least, in the state of Yu, it was rare for someone of the same age to be his match. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had used at least 40% of it. Coupled with the sword's power, Yun Ruoyan, who seemed to be much younger than him, had actually been able to withstand it. Good, not bad. Wang Kuang's tone carried a trace of praise, but the malevolence in his eyes didn't recede in the slightest. There had to be a reason for this abnormality, and he wanted to see just what this legendary piece of trash of the Yun family was up to. Again. This time, it was Wang Kuang's turn to attack. His feet moved in a strange manner as he attacked Yun Ruoyan with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 consecutive collisions, Yun Ruoyan was forced back step by step under Wang Kuang's relentless assault. Suddenly, her left hand slipped, and the spear almost slipped out of her hand. Fortunately, Yun Ruoyan's reaction was fast enough. She ducked and rolled on the ground, dodging Wang Kuang's attack and regaining her grip on the spear. This time, Wang Kuang used 50% of his strength, as well as a low-grade footwork technique that greatly enhanced his attack power. Yun Ruoyan still didn't use the bracelet's power. She stood up from the ground, her forehead covered in a fine layer of sweat. The sweat flowed down her forehead into the scar on her face, causing a numbing sensation. Look, her face is oozing blood again. How disgusting. That's right, is this a method to disgust her opponent to death because she can't beat him? Jean Fei, and the other girl from the Yu Kingdom chattered on in an attempt to divert Yun Ruoshua's attention. Despicable. She shouted, it's fine if the strong bully the weak and the strong bully the weak, but you people of you have really opened my eyes. If your sister hadn't suddenly ambushed me with a spiritual weapon, I wouldn't have lost. Jean Fei had already recovered from her shock. Thinking back to the battle just now, she felt that she'd lost even more pitifully than Lu Xing, and that her nose had almost been sliced off. That's Yun Ruoyan. Brother Wang is a peak 6th-rank blade master. Just you wait to collect Yun Ruoyan's corpse. The Lin sisters' hearts sank. Collect her corpse. It seemed that Wang Kuang was intent on killing her. That's just how stubborn my sister is. Yun Ruoyao shook her head helplessly. She's the sole wife-born daughter of the Yu family, and she's been a genius cultivator since she was young. Everyone flatters her, so she's not afraid of anyone. Whatever she wants to do, she does as she pleases. Now that her talent has disappeared and she's become a cripple, her personality hasn't changed at all. It's time for her to go out and suffer. Sister Ruoyan isn't a cripple. Lin Qingxue blurted out. She was drugged by your Yun family. Lin Qingchen immediately covered Lin Qingshua's mouth. When Yun Ruoyan had mentioned this matter to them, she told them to keep it a secret. Lin Qingchen looked at her sister reproachfully. Lin Qingxue also knew that she'd almost divulged the secret, so she ignored her sister's mockery and looked nervously at Yun Ruoyan. Good! Wang Kuang yelled, quickening his footwork as he rushed in front of Yun Ruoyan. He slashed, stabbed, and slashed at her repeatedly, not holding back at all. Yun Ruoyan didn't even have time to blink as she was attacked. She managed to use her agility to evade the attacks, but she was still forced to take a few steps back. Clang! When Wang Kuang once again dodged Yun Ruoyan's spear and stabbed at her from close range, Yun Ruoyan shrunk her spear to the length of a sword, and the tip of the spear met the tip of the sword. This time, there was no longer any form of entanglement. In a contest of pure spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of a peak 6th rank blade master and the spiritual energy of a novice 3rd rank blade master were completely overpowered. In a contest of spiritual energy like this, the weaker party would often be heavily injured, or even killed on the spot. Sister Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan. The Lin sisters and Zhui Feng, who had been clenching his fists tightly, couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. Wang Kuang didn't pour all of his spiritual energy into the sword at once. Instead, he used 3 layers of spiritual energy as a base, slowly and gradually infused it. It had been a long time since he'd met someone as interesting as Yun Ruoyan, and killing her in one fell swoop would be too boring. He had a feeling that Yun Ruoyan wasn't as simple as she seemed. He wanted to see what kind of surprise Yun Ruoyan would bring him in her final struggle. Yun Ruoyan's entire body was drenched in sweat. She'd already poured all of her spiritual energy into the spear in her hand, and for a moment, she was barely able to resist the spiritual energy from the sword. However, Wang Kuang was clearly slowly suppressing her. His spiritual energy was getting stronger and stronger, and she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Mistress, hurry up and use the bracelet's power. Qiu urged. Yun Ruoyan looked at the bracelet on her wrist, and her stubborn frown finally relaxed. She was very satisfied with her performance today. With great difficulty, she raised her left hand and placed it on her right wrist. With a light twist, a steady stream of spiritual energy flowed from the bracelet into her body, and under Yun Ruoyan's control, into the spear in her right hand. Wang Kuang had been slowly suppressing Yun Ruoyan. Just now, he'd only used 40% of his strength, and she was about to collapse. However, his opponent's strength had suddenly increased, and he was sent flying back by the force. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How was this possible? He looked at Yun Ruoyan in shock. There really was something wrong with this ugly girl. How is this possible? Brother Wang. Oh my God. Yun Ruoyao, Jin Fei, and Pei Zio all cried out in shock. How could Yun Ruoyan's spiritual energy be stronger than Wang Kuang's? Sister Ruoyan won. That's great. Sister Ruoyan's talent has exploded. Lin Qingxue shouted and jumped excitedly. What did that mean? What did she mean by that? Lin Qingxue's words immediately raised the suspicions of Yun Ruoyao and the others. Humph. Did you really think that Sister Ruoyan's talent had disappeared? Let me tell you, it was only dormant for a short while, and now it's finally time for it to awaken. Lin Qingxue placed her hands on her hips proudly. Had her dormant talent finally awakened? Was that the reason? Even so, he didn't believe that a 6th-rank blade master like him would lose to a novice 3rd-rank blade master. He'd simply been careless earlier. If that's the case, there's no need to hold back. Wang Kuang raised his spiritual energy to 6th rank and infused it all into his sword. Yun Ruoyan once again felt the pressure. Wang Kuang was a peak 6th rank cultivator, while Yun Ruoyan was only an early stage 6th rank cultivator even after using the bracelet's power. Mistress, what do you do? You're no match for him. Qiuqiu's anxious voice rang out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Once the bracelet seal is activated, it'll last for at least a year before it can be activated again. What do you do? Why don't you admit defeat? It's not that simple. Yun Ruoyan's entire body was drenched in sweat, and the pus and blood on her face continued to drip down. The numbness and itchiness grew stronger and stronger. He's clearly trying to kill me. Even if I admit defeat, I won't be able to escape. Then, mistress, release the Phalai blade. No, I can't. If I use even a fraction of my spiritual energy to summon the Phalai blade, I'll immediately be killed by the surging spiritual energy. Then what do I do? What do I do? Qiuqiu paced around anxiously in the bracelet's pocket dimension. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyan felt a slight change in her body. Her previously empty dantian had suddenly produced a small, weak flow of energy. It was a spiritual vortex. She'd finally regained her spiritual vortex. The spiritual vortex was a part of a cultivator's dantian that was used to store spiritual energy when they broke through to 3rd rank. 3 years ago, Yun Ruoyan had vaguely felt that she had regained her spiritual vortex, but the sudden deterioration of her talent had caused it to disappear. Now, however, she could feel the presence of her spiritual vortex once again. She had broken through. 3 years, 3 whole years, and she had finally broken through to 4th rank. Ah! Yun Ruoyan suddenly raised her head to the sky and let out a long howl that pierced through the clouds. Everyone was stunned by her howl. Pfft! At the same time as the howl, Wang Kuang once again spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body had been sent flying by a powerful wave of spiritual energy, and he landed heavily on the ground. How is this possible? Blood continued to spurt out of his mouth. His opponent had actually broken through at this moment, and what was even more unbelievable was that the wave of spiritual energy that had rushed toward him hadn't just increased by 1 rank. Could someone actually break through 2 ranks at once? Impossible. Chapter 41. Sister Qingchen. Lin Qingxue pulled on Lin Qingchen's arm. Sister Ruoyan broke through. Sister Ruoyan broke through. Yes, that's right. Lin Qingchen also stared unblinkingly at the girl in front of her. Sister Ruoyan, you've finally broken through. Shui Feng, who had been standing by the side the entire time, finally unclenched his fists. Traces of fresh blood dripped down from his palms, but he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Instead, his tightly pursed lips curved upward. Yun Ruoyu, Yi Qianying, and Pei Xiao were all dumbfounded. Brother Wang. After a long while, Jin Fei, and the other Yu students finally reacted and cried out in shock. Impossible, impossible. Jin Fei, shook her head. Brother Wang, how could you possibly lose to that ugly girl? But the impossible had just happened. As a 3rd-rank blade master, not only had Yun Ruoyan defeated 3 people far more powerful than her, she had even broken through at the last moment. Her 4th-rank spiritual energy, boosted by the bracelet, had tripled, and she was now as powerful as an 8th-rank blade master, completely crushing Wang Kuang, who was only a peak 6th-rank blade master. All Wang Kuang felt was a huge wave of spiritual energy rushing toward him. His attacks were instantly shattered, and his body flew far away like a kite with its string cut. Pfft! Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth as he watched the red-clad girl walk toward him. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yun Ruoyan walked up to Wang Kuang and pointed the spear in her hand at him. Do you admit defeat? She asked coolly. I don't. Wang Kuang spat out the words with great difficulty. There's something fishy about you. Fishy? Yun Ruoyan squatted down and looked at Wang Kuang coldly. What's fishy about me? Wang Kuang couldn't put his finger on it, but even if she had broken through, she was only a 4th-rank cultivator, so how could she have crushed his peak 6th-rank spiritual energy? What was even more strange was that the sudden surge of spiritual power was not something that a level 4 cultivator could possess. It was impossible for anyone to break through 2 levels at once. No, judging from that huge spiritual power, it was clearly more than 2 levels. Unless, Wang Kuang's eyes widened as he pointed at Yun Ruoyan. You're a demon. Monster. Yun Ruoyan paused. She'd been poisoned, her face had been ruined, and she'd been reborn with hatred. Wouldn't that make her a demon? Yes, I'm a demon. Yun Ruoyan's gaze suddenly turned distant as she gazed into the distance. The sun was setting over the cliff. Brother Wang. Wang Kuang. Jin Fei, Pei Xiao, and the others called out as they ran over, but they stopped right in front of the 2 of them. Yun Ruoyan crouched in front of Wang Kuang. She seemed so small that even a slightly stronger person would be able to lift her up effortlessly. However, it was this small body that had exploded with immense power. The tall and strong Wang Kuang was half lying on the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Yun Ruoyan. Demon, demon, he repeated over and over again. Yun Ruoyan ignored him and stood up. She glanced coolly at the Yu people, then walked toward Lin Qingxue and the others. Only then did Jin Fei, and the others dare to approach her. Brother Wang. Jin Fei hugged Wang Kuang, crying as she took out a pill and fed it to him. His spiritual vortex has been destroyed, and his heart has been severed, Pei Xiao said as he grabbed Wang Kuang's wrist. Brother Wang, how could this be? How could this be? Jin Fei, cried. This shouldn't have happened. Their group had always been the ones to bully others, and it was always them who killed others. How could there be a day when they themselves would be killed? The dying Wang Kuang suddenly grabbed Jin Fei's hand, his slender eyes widening. He pointed at Yun Ruoyan's back and said hoarsely, "Revenge, let my brother avenge me." As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Compared to the Yu people, Yun Ruoyan's side was naturally overjoyed. Sister Ruoyan, you're amazing. Lin Qingxue held on to Yun Ruoyan's hand as she jumped up and down. Yun Ruoyan's sorrowful mood was instantly washed away by her cousin's happiness. How was it? I didn't disappoint you, did I? Yun Ruoyan smiled. Yes. Lin Qingxue nodded fervently. Sister Ruoyan has never disappointed us. Sister Ruoyan, your face. Lin Qingxue was both happy and worried. The wound on Yun Ruoyan's birthmark had been torn open even more severely during the battle. Some of the pus and blood that flowed out was smeared on her face, and some flowed down her cheek to her neck. There were still some loose strands of hair and dirt on it, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Yun Ruoyan touched it lightly with her hand. It was only a numbing sensation, not a painful one. Disgusting, isn't it? She frowned. A little, Lin Qingxue replied honestly. Yun Ruoyan's frown deepened. What girl didn't want to be beautiful? Even if she couldn't be beautiful, at least she couldn't be disgusting. Lin Qingchen glanced at Lin Qingxue. Don't worry, it'll be fine as long as I clean it up. She took out the tools she used to clean and bandage the wound from her pouch. Just clean up the pus and blood, don't bandage it, Yun Ruoyan replied. Grandfather's deduction is correct, getting rid of the pus and blood will help me expel the poison from my body. Sister Ruoyeon, would you be stronger than you are now if the poison in your body was completely removed? Lin Qingxue asked. Yun Ruoyeon smiled faintly, not replying. Sister Ruoyeon, do you know what you've done? Yun Ruoyao's voice rang out from behind them. What do you mean? Lin Qingxue turned around. Yun Ruoyu stepped forward, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Do you know who Yun Ruoyeon just killed? Wang Kuang was the second son of the Wang family, the number one family in the Yu Kingdom. Just wait for the Wang family's wrath. The second son of the Wang family. Yun Ruoyeon suddenly recalled that, in her past life, the Peis had close ties with the Wangs of the Yu Kingdom. At the time, Yun Ruoyeon had just married into the Peis, and Pei Zio was still pretending to be interested in her. One day, when the Peis held a banquet, she had attended. The banquet was for Wang Meng, the eldest son of the Wang family. The purpose of the banquet was to congratulate him on entering Kongming Academy's Pillmaking Academy. At the time, she had been too timid and self-abased to raise her head, so she didn't know what he looked like. All she remembered was that he was wearing a navy blue robe. At the banquet, Pei Yingxiong had lavishly praised him, praising him for being able to enter the Pillmaking Academy at such a young age and for his limitless future. Even more exaggerated was that Pei Yingxiong had gifted him his family heirloom, a first-grade pill-making furnace. 3 years later, this eldest son of the Wang family challenged Yun Ruoyeon's grandfather, Lin Zainan. Lin Zainan had been severely injured in the duel, and not long after, he passed away, leaving behind 2 sisters who had no one to rely on, and the centuries-old pill-making family had fallen into decline. By then, she had already broken off all relations with the Lins, and the Peis and Lins were like fire and water. Despite her grief, she didn't have the opportunity to pay her respects to her grandfather, leaving her with a lifelong regret. Yun Ruoyao subconsciously stroked the silver bracelet on her wrist. The first-grade furnace was now within it, and only then did her tensed heart relax a little. It looks like I've made the right decision today, Yun Ruoyeon muttered to herself. Not only will I have to bear the Wang family's wrath, but they should also be prepared to bear my wrath. What did you say? Yun Ruoyu frowned. Yun Ruoyeon's mutterings were so soft that she didn't hear them clearly. Yun Ruoyeon turned around and looked at the Yun sisters. I'm saying, roar. Just then, the howl of a magical beast could be heard from the cliffs. Oh no, the magical beasts are coming to eat. Pei Zio's terrified voice rang out. The sky had already darkened, and these magical beasts were nocturnal creatures. They slept during the day and hunted at night. Roar! Roar! The howls of the magical beasts reverberated throughout the cliffs. Look, magical beasts! Lu Xing pointed at the mouth of the cliff and shouted. As the crowd looked over, they saw 3 or 4 pairs of green, lantern-sized eyes appear at the mouth of the cliff. These magical beasts were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached the cliffs. In the not-so-dark night, Yun Ruoyeon could clearly see what these magical beasts looked like. They were all enormous, at least the size of 2 saber-toothed tigers. It's a high-rank magical beast, a demon-eyed lion. Chio exclaimed. Just like the saber-toothed tiger, these beasts are large, but they move quickly and are adept at concealing their auras. Ah, run! Someone shouted, and the crowd turned and ran into the valley. Ah, save me! A woman screamed. Yun Ruoyeon turned around to see a giant python slithering towards her from an unknown direction. It used its large tail to sweep the Yu girl by Jin Fei side into the air, then raised its head and opened its mouth, swallowing the girl whole. Yun Ruoyeon turned back and ran as fast as she could toward the valley. After running all the way into the valley, they realized that the demonic beasts weren't chasing them. Only then did they stop to rest. It's all right now. Pei Xiao panted. Don't worry, everyone. Those beasts must have been attracted by the corpses, and they won't chase us. Is what you said true? What if he comes after us again? Lu Xing's slender body was bent like a bow as he asked while panting heavily. They won't. Pei Xiao waved his hand. We're not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Of course the corpses of the low-rank beasts will attract them more. Lu Xing sighed and sat down on the ground. Brother Wang's still in the valley. Jin Fei suddenly cried out. What do we do? Brother Wang's still in the valley. Lu Xing sat on the ground and buried his head between his knees, but he didn't say a word. Lu Xing. Jin Fei pushed Lu Xing and yelled angrily, I told you to carry Brother Wang. How could you leave him behind? Lu Xing raised his head slightly. The situation was so dangerous just now, and a large python suddenly rushed down from the cliff. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would have been eaten like my junior sister. So, you abandoned Big Brother Wang. What else could I do? I didn't want to die. Lu Xing replied pitifully. If you don't want to die, then you'll have to wait for the head of the Wang family to exterminate your entire family. Jin Fei yelled viciously at Lu Xing, then pointed a finger at Yun Ruoyan. You'll be the first, and then your companions. Lin Qingxue wanted to rush over to argue, but Lin Qingchen stopped her. You won't be able to escape either. Jin Fei pointed at Pei Xiao. If not for you seducing Brother Wang, he wouldn't have brought us to this damned valley of beasts. Pei Xiao's eyes narrowed. Wang Kuang told you that I brought you here. Yes. Jin Fei laughed. Scared now, aren't you? I know all your secrets, and Brother Wang told me everything. You'd better go to the cliff and save Brother Wang, or I'll report this matter to the royal family of the Li Kingdom. Pfft. Before Jin Fei could finish speaking, a dagger was thrust into her chest. And the person who had thrust the dagger into her chest was none other than Pei Xiao. Chapter 42. You dared to silence me. Jin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Pei Xiao leaned close to her ear and whispered so that only the two of them could hear, Since I brought you here, I didn't intend to let you leave alive. Do you think the imperial family's secrets are so easily known? Pei Xiao pushed Jin Fei's body and pulled out the dagger. Jin Fei fell heavily to the ground, her beautiful eyes wide open. She had died with a grievance. Ah, you killed her, you killed Jin Fei, you. Lu Xing was so shocked that it took him a moment to speak, but his voice came to a screeching halt. The rest of his words were forever stuck in his throat. Yun Ruoya pulled the dagger out of Lu Xing's body and sheathed it. This time, it was Yun Ruoyan and the others' turn to be shocked. Lin Qingshue's jaw dropped. Before she could ask, Yun Ruoyan stepped forward and stood in front of her two sisters. What's the meaning of this? Ruoyan, don't be so agitated. Pei Xiao smiled amicably. He knew that he couldn't hide the truth from Yun Ruoyan, and the strength she had displayed in her battle with Wang Kuang was truly frightening. Trying to deal with them in the same way he had dealt with Jin Fei and Lu Xing wouldn't work, so it was better to be honest. It's like this. Pei Xiao began to explain the entire story to Yun Ruoyan and the others. The story began when they left the imperial territory. That day, they saw Wang Kuang and the others by the river. Because they were acquaintances, Pei Xiao brought Yun Ruoyao, Yi Qianying, and the others to camp with Wang Kuang's party. After dinner, Pei Xiao and Yi Qianying took advantage of the fact that everyone else was asleep to find a secluded spot for a rendezvous. This time, Pei Xiao used the excuse that he couldn't sleep to chat with Yun Ruoyan. In order to raise her value in Pei Xiao's eyes, Yi Qianying told him that she could concoct a powder that could control magical beasts. At the time, Pei Xiao was having a headache over how to obtain the beast cores of high-rank beasts. After all, high-rank beasts were all exceptionally ferocious, and he was no match for them with his current strength. His original plan was to ditch Yi Qianying and the rest on the second day and head for the Valley of Beasts alone. He would think of a way once he reached the place. But after hearing Yi Qianying's words, he immediately thought of asking her to concoct a powder that could knock out magical beasts. Wouldn't it be easier for him to retrieve the inner core then? Therefore, he did not hide anything and directly told Yi Qianying the secret of the 10,000 Beasts Valley. The two of them hit it off immediately. The two of them were happily hugging each other, but who knew that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Wang Kuang had just been relieving himself in this secluded corner when Pei Xiao and Yi Qianying suddenly ran over. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed 2 handfuls of soil and buried his filth. Then, without even putting on his pants, he found a bush to hide in. Originally, he thought that he was just enjoying a beautiful spring scenery. He didn't expect to learn such a big secret. How could he let go of the opportunity to get a share of it? Therefore, he immediately jumped out, almost scaring the two of them who were burning with passion. The two of them had no choice but to agree to bring Wang Kuang and the rest to the Valley of Beasts. Actually, they had long since planned to silence them. Pei Xiao skipped over the part about his affair with Yi Qianying and told them the main points of the matter. You can't blame us for being ruthless. Pei Xiao puffed out his chest and said righteously, this Wang Kuang isn't someone who keeps his word. This Wang Kuang isn't a man of his word. Now that he knows this secret, the entire Yu Kingdom knows about it. The 10,000 Beasts Valley is the royal treasure of the Li Kingdom. How could we let other countries know about it? Now that we know this secret, you won't kill us to silence us, will you? Lin Qingchen suddenly asked. That's right, this isn't the first time you've harmed us. Who knows, you might even be harboring some evil ideas. Lin Qingxue added. We won't harm you, Yi Qianying said sincerely. I promise. What do you have to promise? The usually calm Lin Qingchen suddenly turned sharp. Are you going to use your beast-attracting powder? Yi Qianying's heart skipped a beat. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You don't understand. Then I'll explain it to you. Lin Qingchen stared intently at Yi Qianying. Why did the saber-toothed tiger only attack Sister Ruoyan and not the two of you? And why did the snakes only attack Qingxue in the snake nest? It's all because you sprinkled some beast-attracting powder on them. You're slandering me. Yi Qianying had done all of this in secret, even hiding it from the Yun sisters. She had thought that no one would notice, but Lin Qingchen, who had been studying all sorts of medicinal herbs for a long time, had already sensed something amiss. She hadn't been able to guess who would have the ability to do so, but she hadn't expected them to expose themselves. So that's how it is. I was wondering why those snakes kept attacking me. They were drugged. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in realization. How dare you use such a despicable method to harm me and Sister Ruoyan? When I get out of here, I'll definitely have grandfather pay a visit to your family. Lin Qingxue directly brought up Lin Zainan's name, causing Yi Qianying to panic. If Lin Zainan were to pay a visit, her uncle would surely be furious, and he might even kick her out of the Yun household. Not only that, but if word got out that she had used such despicable methods to harm others, she wouldn't be able to stay in the capital any longer. As she thought of this, Yi Qianying's grip on Pei Xiao's arm tightened. Pei Xiao looked at Yi Qianying with a complicated expression. Since we don't trust each other, why don't we make a gentleman's agreement? What agreement? Yun Ruoyan asked curiously. Seeing that Yun Ruoyao had relented, Pei Zio felt that there was hope. We won't tell anyone that you killed Wang Quang, and you won't tell anyone that we killed Jin Fei. Wouldn't it be a win-win situation for both of us? Yun Ruoyan leaned against a tree trunk, the miniature Pei family spear in her hand. She tapped the tree trunk with it, seemingly considering Pei Zio's proposal. Everyone's heart also rose and fell along with the rhythm of her beating. Sister Ruoyan, we can't trust them. Lin Qingxue was the first to object. Lin Qingchen didn't say anything. Although she didn't trust Pei Zio and the others, in order to protect Yun Ruoyan, mutual secrecy was the only solution. Shui Feng, who had been standing behind Yun Ruoyan, whispered, "This Pei Zio is very cunning. I'm afraid that he'll push all the blame onto us." Yun Ruoyan continued tapping the tree trunk. After a long while, just as everyone was about to lose their patience, Yun Ruoyan finally stood up and looked at Pei Zio with a half-smile. "I have a better idea, one that can solve all of our problems. Do you want to hear it?" "Oh. What idea?" Pei Zio couldn't help but take a step forward, and Yi Qianying's grip on his arm tightened. Yun Ruoyan looked at Pei Zio with a smile. The pus and blood on her face had already been cleaned by Lin Qingchen, and a tuft of her hair had been let down to cover the scar. From Pei Zio's perspective, she had a beauty that he had never seen before. "Come here. I'll tell you what to do." Yun Ruoyan pointed at Pei Zio with the tip of her spear. Pei Zio pried Yi Qianying's hand away and walked toward Yun Ruoyan. 1 step, 2 steps. As he got closer and closer, the smile in Yun Ruoyan's eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a thick killing intent. "My idea is to kill all of you." Yun Ruoyan suddenly shouted coldly, and the spear in her hand suddenly extended toward Pei Zio, thrusting straight toward his chest. In Yun Ruoyan's heart, Yi Qianying and Pei Zio were the source of all her pain in her past life. Ever since her rebirth, she had always wanted to kill them, but she had never had the opportunity to do so. And now was the perfect opportunity. The spear pierced into Pei Zio's chest, and fresh blood gushed out. "Ah, Brother Zio!" Yi Qianying cried out. "Yun Ruoyan, what are you doing?" Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu also couldn't believe that Yun Ruoyan would be so bold. Even though they had wanted to harm Yun Ruoyan, they were afraid that others would find out, so they had always plotted against her in secret. But Yun Ruoyan had actually killed him in front of everyone. Had she gone mad? "You really want to kill me?" Pei Zio gripped the blood-stained spear as he looked at Yun Ruoyan. He really couldn't understand why Yun Ruoyan, who had always had a good impression of him, would suddenly hate him, and even try to kill him. "Because I hate you." Yun Ruoyan gritted her teeth. "Die." Yun Ruoyan suddenly exerted all her strength, but strangely, the spear seemed to meet with some kind of resistance, unable to advance any further. What was going on? Why wasn't the spear listening to her? "Ha!" Pei Zio smiled sinisterly. "I told you that this is a treasure of the Pei family, and that the blood of the Pei family can summon it." He opened and closed his mouth, and the spear instantly shrank, leaving Yun Ruoyan's grasp and returning to Pei Zio's hand. "Brother Zio, are you all right?" Yi Qianying hurriedly ran over to check on Pei Zio's wound, then cast a venomous glare at Yun Ruoyan. "You're such an evil woman." Yun Ruoyan hadn't expected Pei Zio to have such a trick up his sleeve. Her attack had failed, and her killing intent only grew. "Humph." She snorted coldly. "I'm not 1,000 times as evil as you. Today, either you die, or I die." As she spoke, the 3 people behind her unhesitatingly drew their weapons and stood by Yun Ruoyan's side. In that case, there's really nothing more to say. The spear in Pei Zio's hand grew larger once more. Yi Qianying placed a blood-clotting pill in his mouth, and the bleeding immediately stopped. Today, either you die, or we die. Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu also drew their weapons, and the two sides immediately faced off against each other. A battle was about to begin. Chapter 43. If not for Yun Ruoyan's secret weapon, both sides were roughly equal in strength, and if they were to clash head-on, both sides would probably suffer heavy losses. But since she was going to kill them all, there seemed to be no point in hiding anything. Yun Ruoyan had already made her decision. If necessary, she would summon the Feilai blade and end the battle quickly. Yun Ruoyan unsheathed the sword at her waist and stabbed at Pei Zio. Pei Zio pushed Yi Qianying aside and blocked the attack with his spear. With a clang, the sword and spear collided, and Pei Zio was forced back a few steps by the force of the collision. Although Yun Ruoyan didn't retreat, the sword in her hand began to crack. Yun Ruoyan immediately activated the bracelet's amplification ability, but because she had expended it in her battle with Wang Quang, she could only muster third-rank spiritual energy. After the amplification, her combat ability was equivalent to that of a 6th-rank blade master, and she was still slightly stronger than Pei Zio, who was only at the peak of 5th rank. However, Pei Zio was wielding a 1st-rank spiritual weapon, a spear, while Yun Ruoyan was only wielding an ordinary iron sword from the Yun family. As a result, she didn't have much of an advantage. Although he had been prepared, Pei Zio was still astonished that Yun Ruoyan had been able to force him back with just an ordinary sword. A conjecture that had been bothering him for a long time surfaced. Yun Ruoyan definitely wasn't just a 4th-rank blade master. She had been hiding her true strength all this time. Take this. Pei Zio suddenly threw the spear in his hand at Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan leaped up and spun in midair, and the spear brushed past her hair as it shot forward. When Yun Ruoyan's body fell from midair, she tapped the ground with one foot and leapt up again. At the same time, she raised the sword in her hand in front of her. The spear made a sharp turn in midair, thrusting toward Yun Ruoyan once more, but it just so happened to collide with the sword in front of her. Clang! The spear was deflected, but the sword in Yun Ruoyan's hand broke in two. Qingxue, lend me your daggers, Yun Ruoyan called out to Lin Qingxue, who was still in a daze. Ah! Ah! Lin Qingxue reacted and threw the daggers back at Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan caught the daggers. The spear that had been deflected had returned to her, and she struck out with both daggers. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. After striking it 6 times in a row, the cloud-smashing spear's attack was finally stopped, and the spear was forced back. Although Lin Qingxue's twin blades weren't spiritual weapons, they had been forged from the finest vajra and were extremely sturdy. With Pei Zio's current level of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to break them with his spear. The cloud-shattering spear circled around Pei Zio once before returning to his hand. You actually caught the 9 revolutions godly return spear. Pei Zio's face was pale, and a thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. Using the incantation to control the cloud-shattering spear had consumed a large amount of his spiritual energy. 9 revolutions godly reversion spear. Yun Ruoyan held the twin sabers in her hands as she glanced sideways at Pei Zio. She smiled faintly. You're still not mature enough. In her past life, although her cultivation had been restricted, her understanding of martial arts wasn't lacking at all. Whenever Pei Zio practiced the spear techniques that Pei Yingxiong had taught him, she would always be able to see through his shortcomings. Once, when father and son were sparring in the garden, they had used the 9 revolutions godly return spear technique. At the time, she had gone to deliver tea to Yun Ruoyan, and with just a few glances, she had memorized the spear's trajectory in midair. Unfortunately, the 9 revolutions godly return spear technique required a corresponding incantation, or she wouldn't have been any weaker than Pei Xiong's. Now, it's my turn to attack. Yun Ruoyang pointed the tip of her dagger at Pei Zio, her gaze even colder than the blade of her dagger. What are you all waiting for? Let's attack together. Yi Qianying exclaimed anxiously. Yun Ruoyang's going to kill us all. If Brother Zio dies, none of us will be able to escape. Yun Ruoyang's murderous intent was so obvious that every single one of them felt a sense of fear. Yun Ruoyang, since you don't care about your sisterhood, we won't go easy on you either. Yun Ruoyao shouted, then exchanged a glance with Yun Ruoyu. Both of them raised their swords and charged at Yun Ruoyang. Lin Qingchen and Zhuo Yifeng also joined the fray. Brother Zhuo, be careful. Sister Qingchen, attack her lower body. Without a weapon, Lin Qingxue and Zhuo Lin could only watch from the back, anxious. Zhuo Yifeng had already used up all of his arrows in the previous battle, so he could only use his bow as a weapon to fight against Yun Ruoyao. Their cultivations were about the same, but Yun Ruoyang's weapon was more convenient to use, and the two of them were evenly matched. Lin Qingchen wasn't at a disadvantage against both Yun Ruoyu and Yi Qianying either. Pei Zio, on the other hand, was forced back by Yun Ruoyang's attacks. His arms and legs were all injured by Yun Ruoyang's daggers, and it looked like he could die at any moment. Sister Ruoyang, cut him up, cut him up. Let's see if he dares to lead us into a den of snakes again. Lin Qingxue shouted fiercely. The den was the most disgusting and terrifying place she had ever seen in her life, so she hated Pei Zio as much as she hated the den. Zhuo Lin's face turned serious. There's a beast's aura, she said as she tugged on Lin Qingxue's clothes. What did you say? Lin Qingxue's eyes were focused on the battle in front of her, and she didn't hear what Zhuo Lin was saying. By the time she finally heard what Zhuo Lin was saying, a gigantic beast's roar could be heard from the valley. The roars were filled with berserk energy, and they shook the entire valley with each roar. What's going on? The few people in the melee were shocked by the roar and stopped fighting. They looked in the direction of the cliff. Qianying, shouldn't the beast have been drugged by you by now? Yun Ruoyao frowned at Yi Qianying. Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Qianying. Yi Qianying's expression was a little flustered. When she had followed the group into the valley, she had drugged the corpses of the beasts with a powder that would cause them to fall asleep after eating. If they'd eaten the corpses, they should have fallen asleep. Why would they be roaring so violently? For a moment, Yi Qianying didn't know what to make of it. Perhaps these beasts are too strong, and the powder I concocted isn't strong enough to keep them down. This was the only plausible explanation. As soon as Yi Qianying finished speaking, the ground began to tremble, and 4 devil-eyed lions rushed out of the cliff. Although it was night, their lantern-like eyes were still able to spot the group in the forest. Beasts were all intelligent creatures, and the higher their rank, the higher their intelligence. They hadn't paid much attention to the group before, but when they were eating, they suddenly realized that something was wrong with the food they were eating. Why was it that the more they ate, the more dizzy they became? Very quickly, they guessed that it was the group's doing, and angrily, they chased after them. Mistress, don't just stand there. Run. Qiu reminded her. Yun Ruoyang glanced at Pei Zio and Yi Qianying and gritted her teeth. Count yourself lucky, she thought. I'll settle this score with you later. Zhuo Yifeng, carry your sister. Everyone, run. Yun Ruoyang called out to the Lin sisters before running off in a certain direction. Pei Zio, Yun Ruoyao, and Yun Ruoyu also wanted to run, but Yi Qianying told them to wait. The few of them looked at her in confusion. She took out a small black porcelain bottle from her bosom and removed the lid of the bottle. A faint mist floated out. Yi Qianying blew lightly in the direction that Yun Ruoyan and the others were running in, and the mist dissipated. The beasts will chase after this mist, so we'll be fine as long as we run in the other direction. Yi Qianying pulled Pei Zio's hand and ran in the opposite direction. Yun Ruoyao and Yun Ruoyu followed behind them. "Hey, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier?" Yun Ruoyu asked from behind them. After all, they had encountered a few beast hordes before, and Yi Qianying had always relied on the protection of others to escape unscathed. This beast-attracting mist is extremely difficult to concoct, and it can only be used in a life-or-death situation, Yi Qianying replied. "I think you'll only use it when you're in a life-or-death situation," Yun Ruoyu said sourly, wrinkling her nose. "Ruoyu, don't talk so much." Yun Ruoyao glanced at Yun Ruoyu, then at the backs of the two girls in front of them. She hadn't expected this cousin of hers to have some tricks up her sleeve, and it looked like she'd have to befriend her in the future. In another direction, the beasts were following the beast-attracting mist in the direction that Yun Ruoyan and the others had escaped in. "Damn it, why are they only chasing us again?" Lin Qingxue cursed as she ran. Actually, everyone knew that it had to be Yi Qianying's doing. In her past life, after Yun Ruoyan married into the Pei family, she had cut off all contact with Yi Qianying, and it was only on the night of her death that they met again. As a result, she had no idea that Yi Qianying had such a devious ability. "Yi Qianying, Pei Zio, you must die." "Ah, they're almost here." Lin Qingxue turned around to see the four beast-eyed lions bearing down on them like four small mountains. Scared out of her wits, she ran in front of the rest of the group as if there was a gust of wind beneath her feet. In the end, the four beast-eyed lions had been drugged, and they smashed through countless small trees in their dizziness, sending sand and pebbles flying into the air. However, they continued to chase Yun Ruoyan's group even more ferociously. It was as if they wouldn't be appeased if they didn't tear them to shreds. "Sister Ruoyan, Sister Qingchen, there's a vine over there." Lin Qingxue pointed at a cliff in front of her, then dashed over like the wind, climbing up the vines without hesitation. Her speed was unprecedentedly fast. Yun Ruoyan's group also began climbing up the vines. This cliff was even steeper than the one at the valley's exit, but fortunately, there were many vines growing along the side of the cliff. These vines were all very thick and strong, and they hung down the cliff. Their tiny roots dug into the cracks in the rocks, continuing to grow until they covered the entire surface of the cliff. Yun Ruoyan looked up with the help of the bright moonlight. The cliff was so tall that it seemed to have pierced through the pitch-black sky, and she couldn't see the top. Boom, boom, boom. The entire cliff trembled. When the four beast-eyed lions saw Yun Ruoyan's group climb up the cliff, they slammed their heads against the cliff, hoping to knock them down. The group paused for a moment, then continued climbing. There was a cave about 20 meters above them, and they would be absolutely safe once they climbed in. However, they didn't know how big the cave was, or whether it would be big enough to accommodate all 5 of them. Zhuo Yifeng was the first to climb into the cave. Although it was relatively narrow, it was deep enough to accommodate all of them. After settling Zhuolin down, he lay at the mouth of the cave and extended a hand to Yun Ruoyan. "Give me your hand." Yun Ruoyan, who had almost reached the mouth of the cave, placed her hand in Zhuo Yifeng's, and he pulled her up with a light tug. Then, the two of them went to pull Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingchen. Once everyone was inside the cave, Yun Ruoyan finally let out a sigh of relief. By this time, the tremors of the cliff had lessened significantly. "Sister Ruoyan, Sister Qingchen, look." Lin Qingxue looked down from the mouth of the cave. Those beasts seemed to have run out of energy. The mouth of the cave wasn't very wide, and it would be a little cramped for the 3 of them. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen carefully moved closer to the mouth of the cave and looked down. As expected, the 4 beast-eyed lions were slamming against the cliff wall with less and less force, and before long, they collapsed to the ground one by one. It's not that they've run out of energy, but that Yi Qianning's incantation is taking effect. Lin Qingchen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Yi Qianning to be so strong. Sister Ruoyan, Sister Qingchen, that's wonderful. Lin Qingxue jumped up from the mouth of the cave. Let's go down quickly. Those are 4 high-rank beasts. We're going to be rich. Qingxue, be careful. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly pulled Lin Qingxue back and looked at her reproachfully. This sister of hers was a little too cheerful at times. Lin Qingxue stuck out her tongue, not minding Yun Ruoyan's rebuke. She continued to look down. Let's go down now. She exclaimed impatiently. Let's wait a little longer, Zhuo Feng replied. The beasts are very cunning. Perhaps they're trying to trick us. Chapter 44. That can't be. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened as she looked down. The 4 beasts were motionless, as if they were dead. After waiting for a while, sure enough, one of the magical beasts slowly moved and finally stood up. Then the other 3 also slowly stood up. All 4 beasts looked up. Seeing that they couldn't catch the person up there, they growled and turned to leave. You're right. Lin Qingxue turned back to look at Zhuo Feng, her eyes full of admiration. Brother Zhuo, you're amazing. Lin Qingchen let out a sigh of relief. Based on Yi Qianning's cultivation, she probably wouldn't be able to concoct a powder that could knock out a high-rank beast. When are we leaving? Lin Qingchen leaned against the cave wall and asked. After tonight, Zhuo Feng replied. The beasts are nocturnal, and they'll return to their nests in the morning. We'll leave in the morning. I'm so hungry. Lin Qingxue leaned against the cave wall and rubbed her growling stomach. She'd only eaten a few simple things in the morning, and her stomach had long since been empty. As soon as Lin Qingxue started the conversation, their stomachs began to rumble in protest. Everyone turned to look at Zhuo Feng in unison. Zhuo Feng, on the other hand, was like a housewife who couldn't cook without rice. He shrugged helplessly. Haha, Sister Ruoyan, your stomach's the loudest. Lin Qingxue pointed a finger at Yun Ruoyan's stomach with a mischievous smile. Of course. Yun Ruoyan pushed her finger away. Count how many fights I've fought in a day. How could I not be hungry? Oh, that's right. Lin Qingxue really did start counting with her fingers. 1, 2, 3. Wow! Sister Ruoyan fought 4 times in one day. Wow! She exclaimed. Sister Ruoyan fought 4 times in one day. Sleep. Once you're asleep, you won't be hungry anymore. Yun Ruoyan leaned her head against the cave wall and closed her eyes. Lin Qingshua's body slowly slid down the cave wall and into Yun Ruoyan's embrace. Yun Ruoyan opened her eyes and gently combed her bangs before turning to look at Lin Qingchen. Lin Qingchen closed her eyes and breathed evenly. Her head slowly tilted and leaned on her shoulder. The corners of Yun Ruoyan's mouth curled up as she closed her eyes once more. Zhuo Yifeng looked around the cave. It was dark inside, but Zhuo Lin didn't detect the presence of a magical beast, so he closed his eyes as well. After tossing and turning for a day, they quickly fell asleep. Qiu, mistress, mistress. In her half-conscious state, Yun Ruoyan heard Qiu's voice in her mind. What's wrong? Chirp chirp. Wake up, something's wrong. What's wrong? Yun Ruoyan immediately woke up and sat up straight. Lin Qingxue, who was in her arms, was also startled awake. She sat up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. What's the matter, Ruoyan? Yun Ruoyan shushed her and gently nudged her awake. What's wrong? Lin Qingchen asked. Something's not right. Zhuo Yifeng had woken up at some point, his eyes bright in the dark. Lin said that she smelled the scent of a snake again. Ah, there's a snake here. Lin Qingxue jumped up. I'm not sure either. It wasn't there just now, but it suddenly appeared. Zhuo Lin's eyes were similarly bright as she looked into the darkness of the cave and slowly pointed her pinky in a certain direction. It's right there. The group followed Zhuo Lin's finger and looked in the direction she was pointing, only to find that it was a mass of thick, ink-black ink. I'll go take a look. You guys stay here and don't move, Yun Ruoyan instructed before walking in the direction Zhuo Lin had pointed. Faint moonlight shone in from the entrance of the cave, but there was no light within the cave at all. Yun Ruoyan took out the beast core of the hound that she had on her and peered into the depths of the cave. In the depths of the darkness, Yun Ruoyan suddenly saw two balls of green light. Mistress, be careful. Qiu suddenly called out in Yun Ruoyan's mind. Then, Yun Ruoyan saw a giant snake's head emerge from the darkness, its eyes glowing with emerald green light. Yun Ruoyan took a few steps back, craning her neck to force her way into the moonlight. It's a high-tier snake. Zhuo Lin exclaimed in a low voice. Sister Ruoyan, be careful. Lin Qingxue wanted to call out, but Lin Qingchen covered her mouth. Lin Qingxue grabbed her sister's hand and looked at Lin Qingchen in confusion. The higher a snake's rank, the less useful its eyes are. This snake looks so powerful, but it's probably blind, Lin Qingchen explained in a small voice. She had once seen an incomplete record of demonic beasts on Lin Zainan's bookshelf, and there was a detailed description of demonic snakes in it. Sure enough, when the serpent's head was just a few feet away from Yun Ruoyan, it suddenly stopped in its tracks, facing off against her. Mistress, calm down. This snake is blind, Qiu reminded. Yun Ruoyan's body was still slightly hunched over, and she stood there motionlessly. This snake had been sleeping at the bottom of the cave for a long time, in a state of suspended animation. For some reason, it had suddenly woken up and bumped into Yun Ruoyan's group. The snake's eyes weren't very good, but its sense of smell was very good. Because everyone was holding their breaths, it suddenly couldn't smell any human presence. Just as it was about to turn around and leave, it suddenly smelled a faint, fishy odor in front of it. It slowly approached Yun Ruoyan, the two holes under its eyes called its nostrils, and began sniffing. The wound on Yun Ruoyan's face had split open again, and pus and blood were slowly oozing out. The pus and blood gave off a faint, fishy odor in the air. Yun Ruoyan also realized this, but there was nothing she could do. She sent a wisp of spiritual energy into her mind, where the Phalai blade was circling. After a while, the snake didn't seem to notice anything, and it slowly turned its head back, as if returning to its slumber in the darkness. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a crafty glint flashed across the snake's emerald eyes. Immediately after, the snake's head turned around again, opened its mouth, and stuck out its bright red tongue toward Yun Ruoyan's face. Ah! Lin Qingxue struggled free of Lin Qingchen's restraints and screamed. In this critical moment, Yun Ruoyan was extremely calm. A wisp of spiritual energy had long since awakened the slumbering Feili blade, and with a single thought, the blade appeared in front of her. Yun Ruoyan pointed, and the Feili blade transformed into a streak of light that flew straight into the snake's open mouth. With Yun Ruoyan's current level of cultivation, the Feili blade probably wouldn't be able to kill such a high-tier beast, but Yun Ruoyan seized the best opportunity to direct the blade into the snake's body. The snake's soft organs couldn't withstand the Feili blade's torment, and it slammed its head against the cave walls in pain. Boom, boom, boom. The ceiling of the cave trembled, and small rocks fell from the ceiling as the group carefully dodged them. After a long while, the snake finally lay on the ground, the light in its emerald eyes slowly extinguished. Is it dead? Lin Qingxue clutched her chest and panted as she walked to Yun Ruoyan's side. She looked around and asked, I thought I saw a streak of light fly into the snake's mouth, but I don't know what it was. Sister Ruoyan, did you see it? No, your eyes must be playing tricks on you. Yun Ruoyan had long since retrieved the Feili blade without anyone noticing, so she decided to play dumb. Lin Qingxue rubbed her head, then turned to Lin Qingchen and Zhui Feng, but the two of them indicated that they hadn't noticed. Oh, it looks like my eyes really were playing tricks on me. Lin Qingxue no longer suspected anything. She looked at the giant snake's head on the ground and smiled. The demon-eyed lion has run away, and a high-tier snake has appeared. Its core must be quite valuable, right? Lin Qingchen and Zhui Feng also walked over to Yun Ruoyan's side, and everyone turned their attention to the giant snake's head. No one could get enough of such a treasure. This was the first time any of them had seen such a large snake, and this trip to the imperial territory had truly broadened their horizons. This was what everyone, including Yun Ruoyan, was thinking. But before they could admire it enough, the snake's head began to slowly retreat, as if something was dragging it behind it. What's going on? Everyone was confused, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't know what terrifying dangers lay within the depths of the cave. Ah, don't let it get away. Lin Qingxue stretched out a hand toward the snake's head. Qingxue, be careful. Yun Ruoyan hurriedly tried to pull her back, but a rattan-like object suddenly emerged from the darkness and wrapped around Lin Qingxue's hands and feet, yanking her deeper into the cave. Yun Ruoyan, who was closest to Lin Qingxue, was only able to grab onto the corner of her robe, but it was torn apart by the two forces. Qingxue. Lin Qingchen rushed over, but she didn't even manage to grab onto the corner of her robe. Sister Ruoyan, Sister Qingchen, save me. Both Lin Qingxue and the snake's head were dragged into the darkness. Qingxue, Qingxue. Lin Qingchen screamed and tried to chase after them, but Yun Ruoyan held on to her tightly. Qingchen, it's dangerous. Don't go over there. Lin Qingchen turned around, her eyes filled with tears. But what about Qingxue? Sister Ruoyan, what about Qingxue? I'll go save her. Yun Ruoyan pulled Lin Qingchen back and handed her to Zhui Feng, who was standing behind her. Take good care of my sister. Then, she leaped into the darkness. Yun Ruoyan felt herself sinking deeper and deeper, and only then did she realize that the darkness was actually a deep cave. If she were to fall like this, she would surely shatter into pieces. Chapter 45. Fortunately, Yun Ruoyan still had the hound's beast core in her hand. Using its weak glow, Yun Ruoyan managed to grab onto a vine hanging from the wall, slowing her fall. Although her body was still falling, her speed was much slower than before, and she was no longer in danger of falling to her death. When Yun Ruoyan reached the end of the vine, she spun around and landed steadily on the ground. Thump! The deerskin boots collided with the ground, producing a muffled echo. Following this thud, Yun Ruoyan's surroundings suddenly lit up. The light was soft and faint, with a hint of green. Yun Ruoyan slowly straightened her back and surveyed her surroundings. This was an extremely spacious underground chamber. The ground, ceiling, and walls all emitted specks of starlight. This reminded Yun Ruoyan of the cave at the entrance of the imperial territory. She guessed that this was the same type of spirit stone. In her past life, when Yun Ruoyan had followed Pei Zio into the imperial territory, she had heard him mention this type of spirit stone. This was a type of stone that contained a special kind of spiritual powder. When it came into contact with a person, it would glow. The more people there were, the brighter the glow. Other than the specks of light from the spirit stone, there were also vines on the walls. In this sealed underground chamber without sunlight, these vines grew strangely lush. Apart from being lush, Yun Ruoyan also discovered that these vines grew horizontally. One end extended into the cave that she had just fallen into, and the other end extended further into the chamber. Yun Ruoyan's intuition told her that the fellow who had dragged Lin Qingxue and the snake down was in there. As Yun Ruoyan walked deeper into the chamber, more and more starlight appeared on the walls, brighter and brighter. Help! Help! Suddenly, a weak cry for help came from within. That voice belonged to Lin Qingxue. Qingxue! Yun Ruoyan hurriedly called out, then ran in the direction of the voice. As she ran, she called out, Qingxue, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. As Yun Ruoyan ran around a corner, she saw Lin Qingxue in a corner. In a short time, her face had turned frighteningly pale, and her entire body was wrapped in thin vines. She looked as if she were about to become one with the vines. There were many skeletons scattered around her. There were humans and magical beasts. In the corner opposite Lin Qingxue was a mountain of bones half the height of a person. Sister Ruoyan, save me. I can't hold on much longer. Lin Qingxue cried out weakly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yun Ruoyan hurried over. Just as she was about to reach Lin Qingxue's side, a vine suddenly appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around her. Yun Ruoyan reacted quickly, turning around and retreating to avoid the vine's attack. Yun Ruoyan looked at the vine in midair, only to see the gigantic serpent hanging in midair, bound by the vine. Ruoyan, be careful. Lin Qingxue reminded. These vines will not only attack people, but they will also suck away the spiritual energy in people's bodies. The spiritual energy in my body has almost been sucked away by them. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes weakly. Hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Yun Ruoyan didn't hesitate any longer. She immediately summoned the Feilai blade and gestured with her hand. The blade turned into a streak of light and flew toward Lin Qingxue. Before Lin Qingxue could react, most of the vines on her body had been cut off by the Feilai blade. The vines hanging in midair were enraged, and once again tried to wrap around Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan directed the Feilai blade to fly toward the serpent's body and cut off the thick vine that was holding it in midair. Thump! The serpent fell to the ground, and the vines on its body also scattered. But as if they had a life of their own, they writhed and twisted on the ground. Yun Ruoyan retrieved the Feilai blade and ran to Lin Qingxue's side to help her up. Can you still walk? She asked. Lin Qingxue nodded reluctantly. Yun Ruoyan supported Lin Qingxue as they ran toward the exit. At the same time, the scattered vines on the ground began to crawl toward the two of them like snakes. Yun Ruoyan pulled out the dagger from Lin Qingshue's waist and turned around to cut off the vines that were trying to wrap around their legs. At the same time, she protected Lin Qingxue as she retreated. The problem was that these vines couldn't be killed. Even after they were cut off, they would continue to wrap around them. Even the Feili blade could only block them temporarily, but not completely kill them. What was this thing? Why couldn't it be killed? What should she do? Yun Ruoyan began to panic. Sister Ruoyan, that's a wild vine spirit. Lin Qingxun's voice suddenly came from behind her. Yun Ruoyan turned around and saw Lin Qingxun and Zhuo Feng running around the corner. Why did you come down here? Didn't I tell you to wait? Yun Ruoyan frowned as she glanced at Zhuo Feng, her tone displeased. She'd clearly told him to take good care of Lin Qingxun, but the two of them had come down together. Your sister was really worried about you, and I couldn't stop her, so I followed her. Zhuo Feng rushed over expressionlessly and helped Yun Ruoyan cut off the vines with his bow. Lin Qingxun helped Lin Qingxue to a corner and had her lean against the wall. Who asked you to be so reckless in the future? You've learned your lesson now, haven't you? Lin Qingxun scolded Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was so weak that she couldn't even retort. All she could do was pout pitifully. Where's your sister? Yun Ruoyan asked Zhuo Feng after cutting off a vine. Only then did she realize that Zhuo Lin was nowhere to be seen. Up there, it's very safe, Zhuo Feng replied. She's also very worried about you. Forget it. Yun Ruoyan cut off another vine and turned to Lin Qingxun. Since we're all here, let's think of a way to deal with this fellow. After Lin Qingxun settled her sister down, she unsheathed the sword at her waist and walked over to join the group of vines. The more they cut, the more vines there were. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to escape. While chopping, she said, My grandfather told me that some plants can have their own primordial spirits and real bodies by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. Some of them can even cultivate into a human form. I wonder what stage this wild vine has reached. It has its own primordial spirit. Yun Ruoyan asked. In that case, as long as we find its primordial spirit and destroy it, we'll be able to kill it. Lin Qingxun nodded. That should be the case, but there are so many vines here. Which one is its primordial spirit? Almost the entire wall was covered with vines, but only one of the vines had a primordial spirit hidden within, and they couldn't find it immediately. The vines seemed to understand their conversation, and they began to attack them even more ferociously. Ah! Lin Qingxun's wrist was wrapped around by a vine. Yun Ruoyan wanted to save her, but in a moment of distraction, she was also wrapped around her waist, and the two of them were both pulled into the air by the vine. A strong suction force came from the vine, and Yun Ruoyan felt the spiritual energy in her body slowly disappear. Mistress, these vines will absorb the spiritual energy of anyone who's caught by them. We have to find a way to escape. Qiu urged anxiously. But Yun Ruoyan couldn't care less about this, because she saw a vine crawling along the wall toward Lin Qingxue, and it was moving very quickly. Zhuo Feng, go protect Qingxue. Yun Ruoyan called out to Zhuo Feng from midair. Zhuo Feng glanced at her. He'd wanted to save Yun Ruoyan first, but he still turned back to Lin Qingxue's side and waved the bow in his hand to fend off the vine. Although he didn't have any arrows left, the bow in his hand didn't seem to be ordinary. The bowstring was especially sharp, and it could cut through 2 or 3 vines as thick as a person's wrist. When the vine saw that Zhuo Feng's bow was very powerful, it floated in the air like a snake, then suddenly split into 2 vines that attacked Zhuo Feng and Lin Qingxue at the same time. As Zhuo Feng fought against the vines, he also had to take care of Lin Qingxue. For a moment, he was in a perilous situation. Yun Ruoyan looked at them anxiously, but she couldn't even take care of herself. The real body's over there. Lin Qingchen suddenly called out. Sister Ruoyan, I've found the vine's real body. It's in that pile of bones in the corner. Follow the vine and look. Following Lin Qingshua's instructions, Yun Ruoyan's gaze traced the vine that had attacked Zhuori Feng and Lin Qingshua. Finally, she discovered that the vine had extended from the pile of bones in the corner of the room. So the real body was hidden there. But we can't kill her right now. Lin Qingchen exclaimed helplessly. I have an idea. Yun Ruoyan summoned the Feilai blade. At this juncture of life and death, she couldn't care less about secrecy. Moreover, she trusted her three companions very much. Lin Qingchen's vision blurred for a moment, and all she saw was a purple streak of light that carried a trace of icy coldness. Yun Ruoyan directed the Feilai blade to fly toward the pile of bones. The bones were shattered by the Feilai blade's powerful impact, revealing the roots of the vine that had been hidden beneath the bones. The blood-red stem was a large blood vessel, thick enough for two people to wrap their arms around it. It looked extremely strange and frightening. Feilai blade, cut it. Yun Ruoyan commanded the blade. The Feilai blade sliced through the thick rhizome in half with a flash of light. At the same time, a sharp whistling sound came from the rhizome. Then, the vine that had bound Yun Ruoyan and Zhuori Feng spasmed for a moment before quickly returning to the stem. The vine that had bound Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen loosened, and Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen fell from midair. Feilai blade, again. Yun Ruoyan shouted at the Feilai blade as soon as she landed. Hearing its master's command, the Feilai blade charged toward the vine stem with all its might. Chapter 46. Gotcha! This time, the Feilai blade was able to completely sever the vine's roots in an instant. All the vines that extended from the roots seemed to suddenly lose their lives, and with a mournful wail, they began to wither. Not long after, a third of the vines on the walls of the underground cavern had withered, and the wailing stopped. Silence returned. It's dead, it's finally dead. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Sister Ruoyan, what was that streak of blue light just now? It was so powerful. Lin Qingchen looked toward Yun Ruoyan, her expression somewhat shocked. Lin Qingchen had seen high-grade spiritual weapons that could change their size before, but she hadn't seen that streak of light that seemed to be able to understand human speech. In fact, she wasn't even sure if it was a weapon or not. You're talking about this? Yun Ruoyan opened her palm in front of Lin Qingchen, and the Feilai blade appeared out of thin air. The moon-shaped Feilai blade glowed with a cold blue light as it slowly spun in the air above Yun Ruoyan's palm. This is... Lin Qingchen's eyes were filled with shock. That's a divine weapon. Zhuori Feng's equally shocked voice rang out from behind Yun Ruoyan. Yun Ruoyan turned back to look at him. Yes, this is the Feilai blade, a divine weapon that I obtained by accident, and it's also my life-saving talisman. Yun Ruoyan looked at Lin Qingchen and Zhuori Feng, then said sternly, there's a saying that goes, an innocent man's wealth is his own ruin. I'm just a weak girl, and if anyone else were to find out that I've obtained such a divine weapon, I'd surely meet a tragic end. That's why I've been hiding this from you. I hope that you can understand, and that you'll keep this secret for me. I understand. Lin Qingchen replied. She knew better than anyone how difficult it had been for her sister. I'll definitely keep this a secret, don't worry, Sister Ruoyan. We Beastkin would never betray our friends. I can swear to the Beast King, Zhuori Feng said. Yun Ruoyan stared at him silently. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. He looked up at the sky and slowly said, I, Zhuyi Feng, swear to the Beast King that if I reveal Yun Ruoyan's secret, I will lose the most precious thing in this world. Zhuyi Feng's bright eyes turned to Yun Ruoyan, who nodded. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but things change too quickly in this world, and I need a guarantee. Zhuyi Feng nodded in understanding, then asked, Are you guys all right? It's nothing. What about you guys? Were you hurt by the vines? Yun Ruoyan put away the Feilai blade and walked over to Zhuyi Feng and Lin Qingshua's side. She's not injured, but her complexion doesn't look too good. Zhuyi Feng looked at the half-conscious Lin Qingxue. She's fine. Lin Qingxun said, I just checked her pulse. She's just too weak, but her life is not in danger. A large amount of her spiritual energy was sucked away by the vines, Yun Ruoyan continued. This vine has been here for many years, and I don't know how many lives it has consumed. The group couldn't help but look at the white bones on the ground. There were animal limbs and human skulls scattered all over the ground. What's that? Zhuyi Feng frowned as he walked toward the corner where the vine spirit's roots had been. After the roots had withered, they no longer looked as lush and green as before. It lay there like a wilted tree trunk. Zhuyi Feng lightly waved the bowstring in his hand, slicing through the vines along the ground and revealing a hole at the bottom. There was a small black demon snake crawling up the hole. Without saying a word, Zhuyi Feng used the profound bow to cut off its head. Humph! He snorted. There's another one here to watch the show. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingxue also walked over. Yun Ruoyan asked curiously, Aren't snakes usually green? Why is there a black one? A mutated snake. Lin Qingxun squatted down and looked at the two halves of the snake's body on the ground. Magical snakes are a type of magical beast that mutates easily, and after they mutate, they gain a special ability. In the incomplete records of magical beasts, I've seen a mutated snake that can spit fire, and it's an extremely powerful offensive beast. She looked at the snake's corpse with some regret. It's a pity that it's dead, or I could have brought it back to study it. Qingchen, when did you start studying magical beasts? Yun Ruoyan asked. In her memory, this sister of hers had been studying medicine with her grandfather, and in the end, she had been tested to have the potential to become a pill master. However, she didn't know that she was also interested in magical beasts. Grandfather said that the cores of many magical beasts could be used as medicine, so he told me to read some books about them. He'd even find a few small beasts for me to raise, Lin Qingchen explained. Lin Qingchen replied, Only after entering the dungeon this time did I realize that there are many magical beasts that aren't recorded in the books. There's simply too little information on them. As Lin Qingchen spoke, her gaze inadvertently landed on the hole behind the snake's corpse. Her eyes lit up, and she reached out to pull out the remaining vines and roots before bending down to look at the hole. Great, there's still snake eggs here. She turned back to Yun Ruoyan and smiled happily. Then, she reached into the hole and pulled out 3 eggs in a row. Are you really going to raise them? Yun Ruoyan frowned as she looked at the 3 oval-shaped eggs on the ground. These aren't ordinary small magical beasts. Without a professional summoner, I'm afraid I won't be able to tame them. Yun Ruoyan turned to look at the carcass of the giant serpent behind her. She could still remember the fear she had felt when she had confronted it. If not for the Feilai blade, she would have long since been swallowed whole. Don't worry, I'll get grandfather to help me. These snakes aren't easy to raise, and I might not even be able to raise a single one. She reached into the hole again, but this time, instead of snake eggs, she pulled out a book. Why would there be a book here? Lin Qingchen held the book in her hands. It was a book with a yellowish cover, the color of a wilted vine. It looked very simple and unadorned. Yun Ruoyan was also curious as to why there would be a book in the wild vine spirit's lair. It must have been left behind by those who were eaten by the wild vine spirit, Shuifeng said. He'd already walked to the other side of the hole, pulled out the vines, and reached into the hole as well. That's possible. Let me see. Yun Ruoyan held the book in her hands. It wasn't very thick, but it felt heavy in her hands. She flipped open the book. It was also filled with yellowish paper, but there wasn't a single word on it. What? There's no word. Yun Ruoyan flipped through the entire book, confirming that there wasn't a single word on it. How strange. There's more than just a book. Shuifeng suddenly exclaimed. Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen raised their heads to look at him. He was holding a small, dark green porcelain bottle in his hands, his face full of joy. Yun Ruoyan also smiled. There should be more in this hole. Let's clear out all the vines, and perhaps we'll find something unexpected. Lin Qingchen stowed the 3 eggs away, and Yun Ruoyan stowed the wordless tome into her bracelet. The 3 of them cleared away the remaining vines in the hole, revealing a large number of skeletons. Most of the skeletons belonged to humans, and they seemed to have been dead for a very long time. It looks like this snake has been here for many years, and has killed quite a few powerful people. Yun Ruoyan picked up a small, white porcelain bottle from the pile of skeletons. When she opened it, she found that it contained a core foundation pill. However, this core foundation pill hadn't been particularly successful. From its color, taste, and size, it was far inferior to the Lin family's core foundation pill. This is a failed product. Lin Qingchen placed the pill under her nose and sniffed it. But it's quite effective, even better than a life quintessence pill. It's perfect for Qingshue's body. She walked over to Lin Qingshue's side and fed her the pill. Lin Qingshue's complexion immediately improved, and she slowly opened her eyes. Sister Qingchen, you scared me to death. Let's teach you a lesson so that you'll learn to be more obedient in the future. Lin Qingchen chided her, but her fingers gently combed her fringe. In the end, the group found quite a few treasures in the wild vine's nest. Most of them were pills that could replenish one's energy and strengthen one's body. Although they were precious, they weren't some rare treasure. These pills were usually kept on one's person, so that they could heal themselves in case of danger. As a result, they didn't keep them in their storage pouches, but rather split them up on the spot. In the end, there was a bottle of unknown powder, as well as a rusted ring. She was going to bring the powder back to Lin Zainan, as he would definitely know what it was. The protruding pattern on the ring was that of a demonic snake. Lin Qingchen liked it very much, so she gave it to her. After collecting the demonic snake's beast core, the group returned to the cave that they had come from. There was a vine that Lin Qingchen and Zhuo Feng had prepared for them, and it was quite convenient for them to climb back up. Lin Zhuo Feng looked up at the cave entrance. Yun Ruoyan could see that he was still a little nervous, and she couldn't help but feel a little touched. In order to save her, he had actually left his most precious sister behind. This was truly unexpected. Brother, I'm fine. Are you hurt? Are Sister Ruoyan and the others all right? After calling out a few more times, Zhuo Lin's voice finally came from above, and the group let out a collective sigh of relief. We're all fine, so let's go up now. Zhuo Feng replied, then grabbed the vine and began climbing up with Lin Qingxue on his back. Lin Qingchen followed behind, and Yun Ruoyan brought up the rear. After about half a stick of incense's worth of time, they finally reached the cave halfway up the cliff. Zhuo Lin had been guarding the cave entrance the entire time, hugging her small body and glancing down from time to time. When she saw Zhuo Feng, she immediately stood up. "Sister Qingxue, what's wrong?" she asked in concern when she saw Zhuo Yifeng carrying Lin Qingxue on his back. "I'm fine." Lin Qingxue opened her eyes and struggled to speak. "I'm just a little weak, but I'll be able to bicker with you again after some rest." "Humph. I don't like bickering with you." Zhuolin couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that Lin Qingxue still wanted to bicker with her. They were all amused by the two little girls. After a short rest, the group descended the cliff and returned to the forest where they had fought with Pei Zio and the others. Pei Zio and the others were long gone, but strangely, Lu Sheng and Jin Fei's corpses had also disappeared. All that was left on the ground were two pools of dark blood. Chapter 47. The group guessed that the two corpses had either been eaten by the lions or disposed of by Pei Zio and the others, so they didn't pay too much attention to it. Enduring their exhaustion and hunger, they exited the valley. Otherwise, when night fell, they wouldn't be able to leave again. Lin Qingxue was a little chubby, so Zhuo Yifeng carried her, while Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen took turns carrying Zhuolin. However, when Yun Ruoyan carried Zhuolin on her back, she was still shocked by how light she was. Yun Ruoyan had always thought that Zhuo Yifeng was simply full of energy when he carried Zhuolin on his back, but it wasn't just that. Carrying Zhuolin felt as if she were carrying an empty sack, without any pressure at all. There were fewer magical beasts in the valley than there had been the day before, and when they passed by the corpses of the low-rank beasts, none of them wanted to dig for their cores anymore. On one hand, they were in a hurry, and on the other, they had already seen better treasures, so these corpses were no longer of interest to them. In the afternoon, the group finally exited the valley and found a place near the water to set up camp. The past few days of battle had left them exhausted, but the rewards they had reaped made it all worth it. Furthermore, they had all gained quite a bit of training from the battles. The one who had benefited the most was Yun Ruoyan. She had finally broken through the bottleneck caused by the poison in her body, advancing from a 3rd rank to a 4th rank blade master. She believed that as long as she passed this hurdle, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy in her bracelet, her future cultivation would be even smoother. Before they knew it, they had already spent 7 days in the Imperial territory. Tomorrow, they would have to return. If they avoided the battles, 3 days would be more than enough for them to reach the exit. All of them felt that 10 days of training was far too short. If they could, they wouldn't mind another 10 days. But the rules of the game were set, and they had to abide by them. After making arrangements for Zhuolin and Lin Qingxue, Zhuo Yifeng was in charge of hunting and cooking, while Lin Qingchen and Yun Ruoyan went to the riverbank to fetch some water to make some soup. They had been eating barbecued meat for the past few days. Although Zhuo Yifeng's cooking skills were impeccable, no matter how tasty something was, they would eventually get sick of it. After filling up their flasks, the two of them looked at the cool and clear stream water and suddenly felt itchy all over their bodies. For the past few days, he had either been running or fighting. His body had been drenched in sweat countless times, and there were many bloodstains on his clothes. The clothes were still bearable, but when they thought of their bodies, the two of them felt their hearts itch. "Sister Ruoyan," Lin Qingchen said sincerely, "I'd like to take a bath." Yun Ruoyan looked at her very sincerely and said, "Me too." The sisters looked at each other and smiled. Since they had decided to end the battle quickly, they didn't leave anyone to guard them. They were also afraid that Zhuo Yifeng would suddenly appear, so they walked along the stream for a while. After finding a secluded place, the two of them eagerly took off their dirty clothes and went into the water to take a bath. Lin Qingchen was in the middle of washing Yun Ruoyan's back. When her fingers touched the skin on her back, she felt that it was white and soft, and as smooth as silk. "Ruoyan, you're so pretty." Yun Ruoyan paused, then smiled bitterly. You're just trying to comfort me, aren't you? No, Lin Qingchen hurriedly explained. It's true. Big sister's back, shoulders, and neck are all so beautiful. If only you didn't have that birthmark on your face. Yun Ruoyan's face had been ruined by that birthmark, but it hadn't affected her development. Although she looked rather thin, the areas that should have been there were beginning to develop. Furthermore, she had been paying attention to her diet and exercise ever since her rebirth, and her originally malnourished body had already taken care of itself. Yun Ruoyan patted Lin Qingchen's hand and sighed. Actually, this birthmark does have some benefits. What benefits? Lin Qingchen asked curiously. Yun Ruoyan lowered her head and looked at her reflection in the water. The birthmark was so red and swollen that half of her face looked a little out of shape. Looking at her ugly face, she slowly said, "It helps me see some people, some things clearly. It tells me what I should cherish, and what I should give up." Sister Ruoyan, I don't understand what you're saying. Lin Qingchen was still a little surprised. Although she was intelligent, there were some things that required experience to truly understand. It's fine. Yun Ruoyan turned around and began scrubbing Lin Qingchen's back. I hope that you'll never understand what I'm saying. I hope that you and Qingxue will always be carefree and happy, and that our Lin family will continue to prosper. As the two sisters spoke, a figure suddenly flashed by the shore. Yun Ruoyan immediately sensed it, and her hand paused in the middle of scrubbing Lin Qingxue's back. What's the matter, Sister Ruoyan? Lin Qingxue had also sensed Yun Ruoyan's abnormality. Yun Ruoyan continued scrubbing Lin Qingchen's back as she slowly whispered into Lin Qingchen's ear, "There's someone on the shore." Lin Qingchen furrowed her brows slightly and nodded slightly. "Hold your breath with me." Yun Ruoyan suddenly yelled, "Aya." Then, she pulled Lin Qingchen into the water, pretending that they'd accidentally slipped and fallen. "Help, help." They made a couple of pretentious cries, and then, with a couple of pretentious flops, they were completely submerged. Do Yao had been fetching water downstream, while Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingchen were bathing upstream. Although they didn't make much noise, Do Yao's ears were exceptionally sharp. He could faintly hear some movement upstream, and he followed the sound. After turning a corner, he saw a picture of a beautiful woman bathing that caused his nose to bleed. The two beautiful backs that appeared rosy under the sunlight, as well as the silky black hair, seemed to carry a woman's fragrance even from afar. Do Yao resisted the urge to have a nosebleed and hurriedly ducked into the bushes. Not far from the bushes, he discovered that there were clothes taken off by beautiful women, and he wanted to steal them. That way, he would be able to watch the two beauties run around naked, and if their cultivations happened to be lower than his, he might even be able to satisfy his desires today. As he thought of this, he moved towards Yun Ruoyan and Lin Qingxue's clothes, his body rubbing against the bushes with a rustling sound. Yun Ruoyan keenly noticed him and thought, where did this reckless fellow come from? When I catch him later, I'll definitely dig his eyes out. Just as Do Yao was about to take their clothes, the two beauties in the river suddenly flopped up, crying for help. Do Yao was delighted that he'd gotten them without any effort, and he immediately stood up from the bushes. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over from somewhere and brushed past his scalp. Do Yao felt a chill on his scalp, and the hair that he'd kept in place for 17 years fell off his head. "Ah!" He screamed in fright, and no longer caring about the beauties or his luck with women, he turned around and ran away. "Humph, he runs faster than a rabbit." By the time Yun Ruoyan's head popped out of the water, Do Yao had already disappeared. She retracted the Feilai blade, her anger stifling. "Sister Ruoyan, let's go back up." Lin Qingchen's expression wasn't too good either. Although the women of the Qin Yuan continent weren't exactly conservative, having their bodies peeped on for no apparent reason would still affect their moods. The two of them went ashore, put on their clothes, and headed back to the campsite. Coincidentally, they bumped into Zhuo Feng, who was rushing over with 2 wild ducks in his hands. "I heard you screaming for help just now. What happened?" he asked anxiously. "Nothing." Yun Ruoyan clasped her hands behind her back, her expression ugly. "We ran into a big rat, and we wanted to catch it to make soup, but it ran away." "What bad luck." "Ah." Zhuo Feng was a little confused, and he looked at Lin Qingchen with a puzzled expression. "Yes, a big rat." Lin Qingchen lowered her head, and her expression didn't look too good either. She only replied gloomily before following behind Yun Ruoyan. "Rat? Soup?" Zhuo Feng looked at the wild ducks in his hands and muttered to himself, "So that's what you guys like." Naturally, there wasn't any rat soup that night, but Zhuo Feng caught 2 fish from the stream and wild duck eggs from the forest to make a delicious fish soup with eggs. Coupled with the delicious roast duck, all of them had a satisfying meal. After Lin Qingxue ate her fill, she exclaimed that she was full of energy. All of them laughed in satisfaction after exhaustion. The next day, they continued on their way back. Along the way, they ran into a few other groups of people who had come to challenge them. Fortunately, none of them had intentionally provoked or tried to steal their treasures. However, a group of scions from the Guos family in the capital asked Yun Ruoyan if they had seen a youth called Do Yu, 16 or 17 years old, slender, and with a pair of prominent ears. When Lin Qingchen heard the description, she immediately frowned, but Yun Ruoyan calmly said that she hadn't seen him, but she made a mental note of this stinky rat called Do Yu. Because of Zhuo Lin, and Qiuqiu's presence, they were able to successfully avoid the attacks of a few magical beasts. 2 days later, they finally returned to the entrance of the imperial territory. After handing over their tokens to the guards, they successfully passed the trial and were told to return home and wait for the acceptance notice from Kongming Academy. They were still a little stunned that they had passed the trial so easily, and that Kongming Academy, which had seemed so far away, was now within reach. This was especially true for the Beastkin siblings. They had thought that they would be treated unfairly because of their identity as Beastkin, but everything seemed to have progressed much more smoothly than they had expected. Of course, what made them the happiest wasn't just that they had passed the trial, but that they had finally made friends with the 3 Yun sisters. In fact, this trial wasn't easy at all. More than half of those who had entered had given up halfway, and quite a few had lost their lives. Less than 100 had actually passed the trial. It was just that when they looked back at the trial after overcoming the dangers and difficulties, they felt as if it hadn't been so difficult after all. "First miss, second miss, you're finally out." Lin Bo saw them from afar and hurriedly jumped down from his carriage. "I've been waiting here for you for 3 days, and I was so worried." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.